Welcome back, everybody, to AEL University Elite Series. It's Betsy and it's Oni Tony coming at you right now. And it's a great time ahead of us, Oni Tony. How you feeling?
Yeah, feeling great. Being only fused into one, it's been it's been interesting. I was gonna say all the rank we've been running down. It only feels fitting, Matt.
Yeah, only feels fitting, you know. You let the energy out in game, and you're letting the energy out in the cast, just like Oni. Love to see it, Tony. And love to see our sponsors. A big shout out to AGON by AOC, the #1 gaming monitor brand in the world. AGON by AOC provide best-in-class monitor solutions for gaming and all other needs.
And of course, a big shout out as well to HyperX and Officeworks. Power your game with the latest HyperX gear at Officeworks when you need speed, control, zero distractions. Officeworks has got the tech. Discover gaming gear made to handle serious play, Matt.
Serious play every single day. That's the way, and another way with Indomie, the noodle partner. Made with high quality flour and selected ingredients and spices, a plate of Indomie mee goreng will certainly brighten up your day. Try any one of the flavors available today from your local grocer or at indomie.com.au. So make sure you keep a lookout for some of them. Much love to Indomie and much love to all our sponsors. Saw some of the new flavors the other day, actually, so they're available. Check them out now, just like our standings.
Yeah, check it out, our standings, of course, and Matt's looking not as top-heavy as our weeks previous, right? UNSW Raw currently 8-0, but, UTS 7-1. A few teams there at 6-2, Monash Mutants, QUT, RMIT Black, all there at that 6-2 mark. Of course, Macquarie Onyx and RMIT Red, not far behind them either. Yeah. Swinburne sitting pretty comfortably at that 4-4 mark as well.
Yeah, looking pretty good, but there's not just 8. There's actually more teams. Adelaide going to be pretty close there in 9th place. You see it close behind in 10th there. UNSW Howe, though, going to be 2 and 6 on this one. And taking away a lucky number 11. 12th place going to be between Deakin there and 13th to Macquarie Crimson. Both 1 and 7 there, but in last place, 14th, it is going to be the Monash Maniacs. Yet to take a win, but this could be their week. This could be their time, and I really hope it is. I want to see every team take at least one win, so keen to see how it goes. But speaking of how things go, Tone, we are going to go into UTS taking on Swinburne.
Yeah, this should be an exciting one, as we saw. Swinburne currently 4-4, and UTS pretty high up there. Of course, we'll take you through the rosters for UTS. It's Mickey, Washed, Soon, Daryl, Jaysune, and Anthony. For the side of Swinburne, Matt, it's Golmio, Gassia, Spiderbang, Moxicles, Skyd, and Delta 220. Of course, we've seen Delta 220 float around here. Matt getting very much, involved in the scene, as are most of these players on either roster.
That's it, Tony. Always great to see our players getting involved, getting down to business. And speaking of down to business, we going to be getting down into this game very soon here. I'm excited for what these players are going to bring. I think there's going to be a bit of a rivalry between Mickey and Moxicles. So keen to see how it goes down on our first map of domination here on Hell's Heaven.
Yeah, and of course, as well, you see the Devil Dino Hovers. Devil Dinosaur available this week. Of course, here for the AEL University competition, Matt. And it's going to be exciting. Who's been putting in the hours? Who's been putting in the prep? Of course, we just wrapped up MRC, and I believe, Mickey, as you said, a few rivalries here between Mickey and Moxicles. Mickey just finishing top 4 in MRC, so he's going to be feeling gas, probably still foot on the accelerator in terms of all the prep work that he's been doing. Devil Dino locked in here for Swinburne as we speak about it. Matt, that should be a very interesting pick here for Swinburne.
There's going to be more to come, I'm sure, but
double.
It's great to see, that there's a double protect on that one. Normally you see it get protected once and then banned out on the other side there, so
wow.
Both teams going to have full access onto this one. Is a bit of a mirror matchup into the ban department at the moment, though. We got priority over Gambit, Invis this time. Luna likely to get banned out. It looks like UTS maybe have a bit of the recipe there, trying to punish Moxicles' play, but one in the same. Swinburne now trying to punish their own play with the Punisher.
Yeah, taking away the Punisher, but this would mean UTS get that one side. Luna Snow here, I believe that will be going, of course, over to Mickey, or maybe if one of the other UTS members wants to give it a go. For the side of Swinburne, you know, taking away that Punisher, so they'll have a little bit more firepower on the Dino. It's interesting as well to see a lot of bans that we saw from last week's competition. Not quite so this week, you know. Mantis normally pretty priority. Loki as well is definitely one that gets let through, and Swinburne are happy to scoop that one up for the final pick here.
Yeah, happy to take that one into account there. Cloak and Dagger actually going to be banned out at the end of that one. That's interesting. You know, I think we've seen a bit of a, I guess, diversion of focus away from Cloak into the current season, so interesting to see that one actually banned away. I mean, maybe they want to just take it away considering the Loki Protect there, which makes a bit of sense, but now you can see the strategist lineup has evolved a bit. You got Moxicles on the Jeff there, Mantis, I'd say has fallen out of favor with the damage nerfs there, but still able to make a pretty decent impact. Speaking of impacts though, Tone, we are going to be jumping into the game, and I like what I'm seeing from Anthony right now, Tony. It's not Vanpool, it's not Stratpool, it's Dualpool!
Duelist Deadpool here for Anthony. Interesting little, of course, variation on his name, but yeah, Dualpool going to be very interesting. I feel like it kind of helps the UTS composition here, especially with the fact that Soon's going to be on that Devil Dino. We'll see Jay Sune as well on the Daredevil, so double GDs here for UTS, and probably looking for a little bit more of a heavy dive composition. Of course, Mickey just going to be holding from the back side of things, whereas Swinburne, they're opting to play into the Groot Loki Mantis composition that, of course, was left up here by UTS.
Yeah, play into your team-ups there, play into your strengths. Got to commend them for that zone, and eager to see how they zone them out. I'm curious if Swinburne will be looking to adapt into, let's call it the Mickey Special later. Maybe bringing out the Moon Knight, which has been one of the plausible solutions to the Dino. But so far, they are just taking an absolute ton of punishment right now. Hilak in a bit of trouble. Won't be forced out of play, though. You know, they're a bit of a pin cushion, but they will be able to slip out of the cracks.
A little bit of an interesting neutral fight going on there. Both teams really using the middle of the mission area to get it done. Jay Sune and Anthony, though, in towards the backside of things. Jay Sune looking up for the high ground. He's able to spot up Golem, you know. That's some quick KOs here for UTS as they'll storm for control. They'll take out the Loki clones as well. And that will be well-fought play there by UTS to start it off.
Yeah, well played, well done so far, and you're going to see how things go. Anthony, going to be chilling out, taking it easy here. But speaking of easy, not taking the easy road on this one. Jay Sune scouting there. Well, here we go. Are we bringing things down? Anthony in a bit of trouble. Does manage to catch Moxicles there. Good trade from Sky, though. And we'll see if they can glide ahead as the Devil Beats Rampage coming out from Soon as well. Stomping away. Trying to be chopping away. They're not going to be able to take it out of play, though. The healing just a bit too much. They put a wall between them, so they are going to be encountering a bit more damage. But it doesn't matter. They have what they need. Oh, what a way to isolate that fight there. Collect the KO, and they can retreat back.
Yeah, just dragging the Groot by their tree trunks there. Swinburne will have to try and re-aggress now. We'll see UTS fall back a little bit. We did see a snowball come out of Mickey there, but they're just going to continue to walk it back up here. Got a Thunder coming out on the slam from Daryl Banner, normally on the Hulk, but he'll bring the Thor to play this time. It's Jeff not going to land anything either from Moxicles. Unfortunate there. They're letting the Devil out, and they're letting Fate of Both Worlds carry them back to the point here. Golem, you know, will copy up the Fate of Both Worlds. So nobody from Swinburne will fall, but they've already lost 3 in the process, Matt. And you can see just how comfortably UTS are backing off and then going straight back into the face of Swinburne.
Yeah, jumping in into the fray there and ready to play. And they don't overcommit to the bid either. They still have the CYA available. They can look to play into that accordingly. And I guess this is some of the strength we're seeing this season as well, where Rocket is actually shifted back into focus, at least on the OCE side of things. Curious to see if that will stay through the season, but speaking of through the season, it's time for Anthony to bring things out there, but doesn't matter. You know, they don't get too much impact coming out from that one. They're going to be just chilling, you know, skill issue, doesn't matter. They take away that first mission area.
Yeah, Super Soldier Factory, we go, Matt. And yeah, interesting to bring up the Rocket Raccoon, of course, now being a pretty prominent pick here in OS. It's just the fact that you do so much more damage with the machine gun. It just feels like Rocket outputs a little bit more. And if you're a backline diver from the side of Swimmer, you worry a little bit because that Rocket can get some dinks in and really ruin your day, especially if Mickey turns with the clap as well. It just, all of a sudden, if you're diving the backline, you have to be worried more so than the strategist here from UTS.
Yeah, couldn't agree with you more, Tone. Really going to be able to bring out a ton of presence there, be able to basically hold out fights on their own, and it's so interesting to see that they've, I guess, put focus into that area as opposed to playing into your team-ups. Like on the other side, they have the White Fox there, but they're not even worried about it. I'm curious how things are going to go with the Angela, though, because this season especially, you think that Angela's one of the more weaker heroes, but considering that Swinburne aren't running a Devil Dinosaur of their own, I think Daryl Banner's going to be just fine in the skies.
Yeah, free for some environmental KOs there, potentially, especially with the fact that, you know, Group Strange pretty easy to take off, maybe Strange a little bit easy to get back on, but Machine Gun with the CYA from Washed Unk here, and it is going to be a quick 2 KO here. You see Anthony as well bouncing around with this dual pull on top of the backline. Soon's just walking it up, playing Devil Dino like he would have Venom. And so much upfront prowess here from UTS. They'll capture the point, and they'll set themselves up here for some nice KOs potentially in this box choke here. That means Swinburne are going to have to take up to the height here, Matt.
And they could get flanked out by Jaysune already and trying to take the damage into the back line. They are trying to prime up. Good to utilize the doppelgangers onto that one, but all the meanwhile up front, the Devil Beast Rampage gets activated there. Soon hasn't been able to collect anything yet. Strangling Prison does get popped. They get dropped though, so going to be swapped away 1 for 1. Looking to get more done, but UTS, they're still managing to hold the ground here and maintain control. So even if Swinburne try and fight back, the mission area is not in their favor, and now they're getting picked off one by one, Tony. It's a massacre on the mission area.
Beaming them out of the sky. Soon says that Strange back down to earth there. Cassia take it out. And now, beautiful control there from UTS. You saw that Soon was just playing around that pillar, just able to get topped up by the strategist if he needed to, but just so spacing out, so free from the line of sight here from Swinburne as they go straight back in. It's going to be Heaven's Retribution on top of the Daredevil Ultimate, letting that devil out and letting it sing. Entity's also getting involved. The Kumio to stabilize here, but Mickey going to pop that feat very aggressively and just going to walk it up here with Entity.
Walking it up, dancing away, and going to be able to keep this play going. I like the change up from Helak here, though. At long last, they've brought the Devil Dinosaur into play here. Can certainly take out Daryl Banner from the skies there, you know, especially with the beam. They should be able to just drop them straight to the floor. Environmental KO incoming. Speaking of, Golemyo brings out the Soul Resurgence there off the God of Mischief, and this is going to be the propulsion they need to get back onto the mission area, swing control into their favor. And UTS have taken a tactical retreat for the moment.
Yeah, they're going to have to fall back. Daryl Banner's still floating around, looks for the pin, they're onto 2, forcing out the End Song Inferno. Sky has to come up because he's going to fall just very quickly. He's able to go into flight mode there as well. Save themselves. End Song popped very, very quickly there. Great reaction from Swinburne. They'll take the point now. It's about UTS reclaiming that space back.
Yeah, going into flight mode without Lunar Snow, but at least now Washed is able to bring out the CYA into play. Ethorne with a skill issue as well. Playing their best to see if they can get the jackpot onto this one. Moxical's in trouble, and all their teammates hit the rubble here. Mickey ready to play. Moxical's taking out everybody, falling piece by piece here. Devil Beast Rampage as well, just for good measure. And you know what? If they need it, they can let the devil out too. There you go. What a good way to take him out of map number 1 here, Tony. A graceful approach from UTS to start things off.
Yeah, it's just, it looked very easy for them, right? They just, a lot of their 3-2-1 dives were very, very fluid as well. Soon kind of walking up with Jaysune, and a well-deserved MVP for Jaysune. It's just such a treat to watch a Daredevil player at work, especially one that's like so seasoned. Jaysune has been playing Daredevil since the characters, you know, come to this game, and Matt, and it's just a treat to watch. 20 KOs there for Jaysune, but as well, we spoke about the Rocket getting up there, 22 assists for a wash. Those CYAs came in very clutch too. When UTS felt like they're on a little bit of a back pocket, a back foot here, needed a little bit more firepower, and that's when the CYAs came out. Mickey as well dealing some good healing. And for Swinburne, unfortunately, just, I guess maybe got onto the Devil Dino a little bit too late in that one.
Yeah, it's interesting that they brought it out so late into the piece, right? Because they prioritized it in the draft there. They got the Protect onto it for a reason. So clearly they thought about playing it, but yeah, I'm just curious why they didn't opt into it earlier. I feel like it could have been a great way to try and match their enemies, you know? Try and mirror their Vanguard composition even, to try and shut them down. It was a great solution for the Angela towards the end, but yeah, if they brought it out maybe towards the beginning of that last point there, we could have seen things maybe be a bit more competitive, but you know, it's just stuff that they're going to have to process between maps for that matter, heading deeper into the piece there, which is always going to be in reflection a good importance highlighted on VOD review, Tony. Make sure you review your games after to see what you could have done better.
Oh, absolutely. VOD review always important if you want to be become better as a player, as a teammate. VOD review always really helpful, and I guess for Swinburne, right, the VOD review would probably be like, we played a little bit too heavily into the triple. I suppose sometimes you don't have to play so deeply invested in the triple strategist. Of course, they got rid of the Groot, so it's like realistically you don't need Mantis Loki. Mantis feels a little bit weaker this season, Matt, of course, because of the recent nerfs. You know, you get a little bit of a speed buff, but the damage buff isn't as great from Mantis. So, you know, maybe Swinburne opt to get rid of the Mantis, bring something else in. I did like how they brought the Phoenix to play there towards that second point there on Super Soldier Factory. Phoenix very good at dealing burst damage, dealing with a Devil Dino, but the fact that you had Daryl Banner, you had Jay Sune all over the dive as well, Anthony as well, using that dual pull that we haven't seen as like a pseudo dive character as well. It was just hard to answer all of the dive that was being thrown at Swinburne. So yeah, definitely maybe want to see some character adaptations, maybe move off of the triple, go back to a 2-2-2, and, you know, maybe continue to put Skyd on that Phoenix, because I reckon Skyd on the Phoenix wasn't too bad, that one.
Yeah, and it also highlights the shift in focus towards Phoenix into Season 8 as well here, where you just have so much consistent normal attack damage, right? Where you just hit those left clicks consecutively and you just tear them up. Like, it's really great to see how different things are this season. You know, you think about the damage coming through from Rocket now, Phoenix as well, playing into that role. It kind of makes you think, throwing it back towards maybe a little bit in the beginning of the time stream, kind of like your Hela of old, right? Yeah. So there's big focus over the left clicks there. You just pump up that damage and just absolutely hit scan your opponents into oblivion. And it feels like a Phoenix is kind of returning to that in the long-term scale of things here. So now I'm curious to see how teams will adapt around that coming into the rest of this season, because I think even in some of the drafts, you know, in the professional side of things, we have seen Phoenix actually get banned out now.
Yeah, no, Phoenix definitely has been taken away. Strange as well as one of those recent, you know, 7.5 to 8 patch, of course, ban draft that comes through. But we go into it. Yggdrasil path for the second one. And yeah, a lot of questions here for Swinburne and the UTS, right? I imagine, you know, not really all too much is going to change. Both teams just going to be, you know, banning Gambit. Gambit's still pretty prominent pick. They didn't really change Gambit all too much going into this patch, as probably most people would have liked, Matt. Gambit still feels strong. The ult still feels good. And, you know, same with Invis. Invis is still very, very prominent in the strategist meta, so that's why UTS opting to bring that one through. I believe that will be, of course, going over to Mickey, or maybe Wash opts to Rocket. Swinburne immediately going to be adapting, though. They're taking away the Daredevil, Matt. Don't want to deal with Jasune's Daredevil this time.
Yeah, no Devil coming out this time. But there's always the other option, which is Black Cat. A lot of teams have been, I guess, switching between the two. You know, I think that Daredevil still has a bit more priority, considering how much more it can bring in terms of the play there, but no, I feel like they're kind of interchangeable. I think Daredevil just has that slide advantage over the top there. But speaking over the top, Elsa actually going to be banned out this time around, and that's another one of those duelists which I feel is having a bit of a lesser priority now.
Yeah, Elsa's fallen out of favor quite a bit, especially with the fact that, you know, Hitscan might be back. Well, maybe Phoenix more so than Hela, because Hela still feels a little bit weak at the moment. But yeah, Mantis going to be banned out. Loki too. UTS don't want to deal with that team up whatsoever. They felt like it was probably the one thing that was helping Swinburne, maybe on that first point where they were trying to get back. White Fox, though, being locked in here for Swinburne. Really, really like that one. One-sided Devil Dino for UTS, so they get to abuse it, and well, Swinburne, they'll have to think very heavily about their counterplay here. Moon Knight's available. Phoenix is going to be taken away, so yeah, Moon Knight might be the counter call here to the Devil Dino map.
The right heroes could make all the difference.
I'm hopeful that they play into it on this one, considering the amount of damage that they can kind of stack into the table there. It's going to be interesting to see how they'll be able to respond. It's great that Emma Frost is being thought about as well here, because Emma, with that upfront damage, you know, if you're able to, I guess, get your charge to full reach there, you can certainly try and peel your way through the Devil Dinosaur there alongside your teammates, especially having the Carbon Crush. Things could be great. But speaking of great, we are going to have a great time jumping into this here map, Tony, because you think we've seen it all yet? Nah. We've got Anthony bringing out the Spider-Man, Jaysune bringing out the Smile Special on the Human Torch, and Mickey bringing out the Stratpool. It's all going down to business here, but that's not the only side that's got changes, Tony. Heelak is on Duelist this time, playing the Phoenix. Sky's going to be on the Punisher, and they are looking to shred their way through.
Yeah, Delta now getting to play the Vanguard as well, so yeah, a lot of change-ups here from Swinburne. We're going to see what they bring to the table. And as well for UTS, it's interesting. It's still dive heavy, I guess. Like, Torch can do a little bit of dive if necessary, especially with the fact that that dash allows for a full reset on the auto attacks here, so it's going to be pretty good for UTS if they're able to isolate one target here. Body barrier already having to be used early by Soon. Doesn't have as much strategist healing as he did in that last one. This one a little bit more choke heavy. And Swimmer, they're of course playing a Punisher Phoenix, so it's a lot of hit scan and a lot of answers to what UTS are bringing early.
Yeah, it's great that Sky can kind of focus up onto the Spider-Man, into the Skies there, as well as Jaysune trying to dive their way down. Good to burn their way through this one. And Mickey bringing out the final exam as well. So it'll be all happy days onto this one. Stuff is happening all around here, Tony. But, well, speaking of Ponage Pound, not the final exam. We're switching it up. But still, a great result for UTS early into the piece. And the freedom of Jaysune right now on the Torch is that they don't have to deal with the beam from the Devil Dinosaur like what Soon has, so they won't get taken out of the skies too easily.
Yeah, it's good to see it. Jaysune, quick KO there, and a second one. The setup from Jaysune there as they came out of the portal was absolutely perfect. Just reading into how Swimmer are playing it. Golomio just trying to get on that mission vehicle. So is Sky, and Sky will at least get Mickey. But the rest of UTS are able to answer. 5 minutes on the clock. A very dominant start here from UTS. And Swinburne, they're going to have to lock in right now.
Yeah, they're going to have to change things up and lock into this one. See if they are going to be able to manage it though, Tone. Cassia ready. Does utilize the Maelstrom, pumping up some good damage there. So Swinburne certainly can earn themselves some space here before UTS pushes up to the close proximity of the corner here. See if they are going to be able to manage it though. Ooh, it could be Supernova time. It is Jaysune looking to burn their way through, and it will be able to do so with ease. Breezing past the entire Swinburne side there. All that's left is their Vanguards. They're basically just cosmetic at this point, considering that the strategists are gone. So, Vanguards will not stay up, Tony, and they're just going to breeze through.
Yeah, a little bit of a swing by there from Anthony as well. This is UTS just still playing to their strength. The dive-heavy composition that they brought into the last one still feels evident in this one. And of course, just Daryl Banner sitting on the mission vehicle, getting that one pushed with the strategist, of course, is going to be Mickey on this strat pool. Seeing what they can do. Strangely prison there from Daryl. They are got the fate of both worlds here. They're going to be walking up with the final judgment. Sky looking for something, but nobody's showing face. UTS are hiding perfectly here. It's Jeff going to be coming out, and it's not going to swallow anyone up. Cassia and Golemio are able to get the better of it. Kumio into the end song Inferno. It feels like Swinburne maybe overextending on the ultimates just to make this fight a little bit better for them. And they'll walk it back with the Kumio. A lot of ultimates burned here. Only, I believe it was 2 taken out from UTS there.
Yeah, they only managed to respond back twofold, but they are looking to respond back with more as they will catch Sky there. So good emotion from Anthony here. Jaysune looking to get some of their own. Zone them out closer and closer to a supernova if required, but the dive is going to be all they need to thrive on this one. Cassia in trouble and now crumbles. It's all coming together for UTS now. Moxicles has been hunted. Good freeze there, but they've only frozen one of the duelists. Jaysune is there to back him up, and we'll be able to lock it in for the next capture point. So good stuff from UTS here. Swinburne, good to stall out a bit of time, but now we're on the final stretch, Tony, and this is where it all counts.
Yeah, it's kind of funny seeing Jaysune on Torch and Anthony on Spider-Man. Normally it's the other way around sometimes, right? Jaysune, Spider-Man, and Anthony normally on the Torch, but they decided to change roles this time. They decided to swap it up, and it seems to be working for them. It still feels like they're in one fluid motion on this push. Sky has swapped over to the more. Things are getting desperate. He wants to stop at Spider-Man and Torch for wreaking havoc on this backline.
Yeah, we're bringing out the Pottage Pound into this one. Mickey ready and waiting. It's going to be the Fate of Birth Worlds up front. Agamotto as well activated there. Good trades coming out, but it's the Devil Beast Rampage into the Supernova, into the Strangling Prison. Everything is coming out right now. Delta still has their own Strangling Prison. Not going to get a chance to use it though, so we'll be able to breeze ahead with the mission vehicle here, and they're going to be relegated to their spawn point by multiple walls.
What fire burns brighter than the Torch here from UTS, and Swinburne here like really struggling to get going here on this Phoenix, and it seems like they're setting up for this KO setup as they try to walk out. Walls will be put out by the Groot. Spectacular spin. It does a little bit more damage this patch, Matt. Doesn't able to find anyone here from Swinburne. They're able to stabilize and walk out. Kumio going to be popped once again, but it's Jeff here from Washed looking to swallow up some of Swinburne's members, but they are safe for the moment. We're going to be seeing Hornet Proteus not really hit its mark either from Sky. And UTS is still fighting this good fight. They're really scattered out. Horns are locked, yeah.
Yeah. Horns blocked, Tony. They need to clean it out, I think. Perhaps they'll get it in the next one. But at least they've got the Strangling Prison and have managed to get a ton of damage onto Anthony there. Somehow still in this fight. I don't know how they're surviving this. I can't lie. But it's still going to be a fight raging on here. Ensong coming out as well, Tone. And Swinburne aren't done yet.
Yeah, UTS is unfortunately sent back in. Their raid boss of Soon is gone. And unfortunately, the Groot doesn't really have the same effect that the Devil Dino has. And for Swinburne, at least they're able to stabilize it. Just a few meters from full capture here. Usune still dishing out the damage here. Mickey still using this strat pool very effectively, getting a lot of damage out here from the strategist side of things. It is going to be Strangling Prison. Return trade here, and now Moxicles is under threat. Anthony all over Moxicles that has to use the fate of both worlds to keep everybody safe and healthy, as UTS still making onslaught for this mission vehicle.
They're going to be fighting on and doing the best they can. And with the combination there, they have managed to find some gold into this. Finding a plethora of KOs to their name. And Jaysune is still taking aim at more. They ain't done till you think. Agamotto up front from Cassia. Locks him in place for a second. They're trying to stack up some damage. Not going to happen. It's going to be over and out. And I gotta say, a big shout out to Swinburne for stalling them out to get it towards 1:10 there, considering how much time UTS did build initially. That's not the worst result for them. Still, they're gonna have to fight very hard to try and match that energy, if not exceed it.
Yep. Yeah, that was a great effort from Swinburne, all things considered. We saw them swap to the Namor as well. Sky getting a little bit desperate to deal with the Spider-Man Torch, Matt, and I have to give credit to Jaysune as well. We don't get to see Torch all too often. It's kind of one of those unsung heroes here in the meta at the moment, but Jaysune just getting those auto resets time and time again after a dive and then just unloading another full clip on that backside of Swinburne. And again, the combination as well from the Supernova and the Strangling Prison that came out as well. UTS just, again, just a well-oiled machine right now that Swinburne have to find some answers. They've swapped over to no more Bucky. That might be a good call here.
Before you attack, get ready.
I think that the Bucky especially is going to be able to isolate them out of the fight really well. Utilizing that bionic hook, great to try and disengage some of the defense there, especially when you've got a Spider-Man trying to run wild into your backline and Jaisuni taken to the skies there. I think that there's some good KO potential for them if they can take some of these critical duelists out of the game. But I mean, one and the same, they can take anybody out. They just have to find the right circumstance. Having Carbon Crush at the ready as well, going to be some great utility that they can put to their disposal. Speaking of, they're already trying to dispose of Jaisune there. He like playing into the hit scam roll once again, and we'll see if they can stroll ahead and be the most powerful duelist.
Yeah, this is an interesting composition as well from UTS. Right, soon on the Penny, we've got Wash now going to be over on the Atom. So UTS playing a little bit more in towards a passive setup. Soon though with the Spider Mines there, able to take out Golemio. Guy looking for a hook, not quite able to find it. It's another picked up by Soon, and in comes Mickey here, walking forward with his Devil Dino hand in hand with Jaisune up on the front, breathing fire down the neck of Swinburne. And they're forced back to the spawn. They're just, again, this hot and cold from UTS is really effective.
Yeah, the change of pace is certainly helping them out here. Managing to catch obstacles off guard there as well is only going to help them. Oh my goodness. Playing a interesting game of hide and seek here. Maybe using Jaisune as bait and then saying, Peekaboo, I see you. Mickey already going to be coming into action with the Ponish Bound though, trying to see if they can hit the ground running. They will succeed. Speeding out with great haste here and laying waste to everyone in their path. So, UTS bathing in the KOs right now, Tony, and Swinburne have no answers.
Yeah, I would hate to run against UTS in my ranked games. This is just some very much coordinated play that we weren't expecting. UTS using that Devil Dino, popping that Buddy barrier, and then just kind of walking all over Swinburne. He starts to wonder, was this Devil Dino just made for UTS? Because it's Daryl Banner actually going to be playing it this time around, not soon. They're happy to share it around, give the love to either Vanguard player, Jaisune. And if he up a little bit too far, is forced to use the Deadpool in your area to heal everybody up. And it is going to be Jaisune. Finding Cassia there, doesn't have the Seraphim Shield to block any of that.
Not this time around, gonna have to wait a little bit longer to pick that one up. But speaking of picking things up, Tony, UTS have the Karmic Revival at the ready. So even if they get KO'd by any means, Wash might be able to save it. Moxie's got their priorities straight though, trying to take out Wash there.
Yeah, trying to shut down the potential of that res to come out here. We're going to be seeing Supernova from Jaisune. Breathing a fire once again over the battlefield here. Needs to be a little bit cautious. Mickey as well in. Spectacular spin coming out from Anthony. Everybody from UTS opting to pop their ultimates as well. We got Spider Sweep, Arachno Mines coming through here from Soon. He's going to be shot out, but Anthony immediately able to trail onto Heelak, and Sky now under fire, under threat. Jaisune and Anthony come flying at his face. And a minute now left for Swinburne here. UTS, they need to back off. They need to probably grab themselves a little bit of healing and set themselves up for, again, probably another effective dive that we've seen from them so far in this defense.
Yeah, another diver could be the answer they were searching for, Tone, and very eager to see if they can zone this one out. As Swinburne, they have all the tools they need, really, at their disposal. Final Judgment now coming out. Psionic Seduction. Try and see if they can pull them into a KO zone here. Not going to be able to get anything. Yeah, they've played the line of sight well. They're trying to see if they can get the Carbon Crush off. Sure, Swinburne clear space with those ults, but that's all they kind of get, as they already lost Guide in the fight there.
Yeah, hide from Sky there. Doesn't really see all too much with that Final Judgment, but UTS, they're trying to go for this flank angle here. The Resurrection going to be coming through as well, so everybody going to be back up for UTS as they fight from this flank side. Eye of Agamotto on top of the res, could be good at shutting Mickey down there. Devil Dino from Daryl is trying to fight the fight against Garcia. Will chew him up and spit him out. UTS still winning slowly, but we can see Swinburne picking these members up. Moxicles now on towards Daryl Banner. It'll be Anthony trying to fly on in, but Golemyo shuts it out. The strategist getting involved for Swinburne. They secure themselves another 2 minutes 30.
2 minutes 30, and they will hold on to this fight 1 moment longer. So, gonna be happy to bring out the big guns into this one, Tone, and see if they can zone things out one time again. They've had to fight hard for that one. You know, UTS managed to get through it a bit breezier, but maybe they might do it all over again. Daryl Banner switched up to the Black Panther of all things. You haven't seen that one in a while, Tony.
Yeah, I haven't seen Black Panther in what feels like ages. I believe the last time I saw it was over in MRI China, Matt. So
Yeah.
and maybe UTS taking some pages out of that book, or maybe Daryl's just sick of playing Devil Dino. He maybe wants to just swap it up. Soon's now onto Luna. Of course, they TP'd back, and UTS probably happy to kind of play this composition right. Soon's very effective in some of his Vanguard roles that he's been playing, so the aim's probably good enough to play that Luna. And, well, Mickey, we know that he's a grinder, has played probably every role, used to play, I believe, Vanguard for one of these UTS rosters, and, well, you see fight ensuing, Supernova coming out here from J-Sune, but nothing really funny. It's Mark this time around. It's actually Swinburne weathering the storm here.
Arm the storm and ready to swarm ahead. Will they be able to spread their reach once again? Elak, good with the damage there, utilizing the squids to try and clear even more. I don't realize Anthony's behind them though, and we'll be able to get some taps through around the back. They're not going to be able to lock much more from it, however. Still trying their best to zone it in. Good on the Fate of Both Worlds there. They will trade KOs on a Daryl Banner and Cassia. Now the dance floor coming out on the other side as well. UTS might just have the advantage on timing here, but Washed has actually been caught out in the meanwhile. J-Sune might not be so fortunate either.
Yeah, J-Sune, Sky, oh, ducking and weaving there. A little bit of fancy feet from J-Sune. Hits the wombo combo. Sky good to set that one up in 20 seconds here. Swinburne still able to push here. Mickey swapping over to the Devil Dino now, wants to give it a go. Will kidnap one of the players there. Final judgment coming through, so Mickey's going to be shut out. Too much burst to ease the pain here. And it is going to be Rez coming through. Mickey, Daryl are back, and J-Sune's found Sky, so this is still fightable here for UTS. A point captured here for Swinburne. Another minute 30 secured. Moxicles as well getting involved. Daryl, you've stepped too far into Moxicles' domain.
Yeah, step too far, too close to the sun, but Moxicles gets it done. Looking for more. Ooh, Washed will be able to slip away though. So unlucky for Moxicles, but that's going to be a-okay for the rest of them. So, going to be taking it slow and steady for the moment. Let's see if they can do more from here, Tone.
We'll see what they can continue to do here. Moxicles, and we spoke about DPS Luna. Sometimes it's so hard to deal with Duelist Luna in your face, dealing so much damage. J-Sune, though, and Mickey actually swapping over to now the White Fox. Great pull coming out there onto Delta as well. Also, Swinburne with time off of their clock, 30 seconds now left. The spectacular spin. Going to be snowball there from Moxicle. She can't miss right now, Matt. Anthony shut out, and this is Swinburne's attempt at a push again.
Time to get hot in here. Supernova coming out, and are looking to take out anybody in their path. Luckily, they will have Golemyo retreating back onto this one. But they might not be so lucky in a second. Delta, yeah, feeling the pain. Psionic Seduction up front, though. Does manage to flush J-Sune out. Looking for more around the corner, but they're playing line of sight to the T here. Mickey caught out. Nicely done. Going to be a Peripheral leap coming in, forcing the dance floor. This is actually a worthy return from UTS.
Yeah, this is a very worthy return. Daryl just threatening so much there on the Swinburne that they have to pop that dance floor. Well, Daryl will pay for it with their existence, and for Swinburne, how to continue this push into overtime we go. They do have a few ultimates, Matt. Agamotto's good as well. Kraken Impact will be good at setting up some quick KOs to the side of Swinburne, but it is going to be UTS leading first. Feast of the Abyss on top of the Kumio. So much burst damage out of UTS and so much easy heal that could come across. Mickey going to be using that Kumio now, taken out. J-Sune is going to be taken out, but Final Judgment shut out by Mickey. And Mickey once again just finding all of these picks here for UTS. It's Daryl for the final one on the Golem, yo, and nobody here from Swinburne can touch. Kraken Impact not going to do anything. Swinburne will fall, but a valiant effort there on Yggdrasil path, Matt.
Yeah, well done, well played. You know, I thought it would be a much more one-sided affair, especially after how Domination played out, but Swinburne, they managed to bring it up a notch towards the later side of that map of Convoy there in Yggdrasil Path, and yeah, I got to commend them for as far as they got it, you know? Not too shabby at all. UTS are going to be able to drag it through in the end there, though, and oh my god.
30. 59.
Almost 60 KOs.
30 final hits. 36k damage from Jason and Matt. Torch might be back this season.
Yeah, I think Jaesune is the real Torch God. Watch out, Smiles. He's coming for the title. My goodness.
Word. Yeah. As well, I have to give credit to the strategist there for UTS, right? Just kind of making it work. We saw Wash opt to play the Adam. We had Mickey on the strat pool, and it did feel like there was healing lacking from UTS. You know, normally when you run a very, like, not main source healing, I guess, you know, Adam's a little bit weaker on the healing department. So is the Deadpool. It still kind of paid off for them. Nobody really was kind of left with low HP, left hanging. They also used the health packs around that first point of Yggdrasil to hold for so long. UTS just playing their angles effectively, and that's, I guess, what kind of really stalled the clock out from Swinburne.
Yeah, they stalled it out as long as they possibly could there, you know, playing for their life and managing to, I guess, handle themselves well in face of all the strife that came to see them head on. But not too shabby at all, you know. And speaking of players to highlight, Sky there actually taking away 18 finals. Moxicles getting 13 to their name as well. Despite playing into the strategist role, there's a big reason Moxicles was the SVP for Swinburne onto this one, considering the impactful moments that they managed to land for them and their team there. So not too shabby at all, Tone. Not too shabby at all. Regardless, a fun game across both teams, you know, and some very creative usage of all the heroes that we saw today.
Yeah, creative usage of the Devil Dino too. Get to see a ton of that in action in this series. But yeah, as you said, SVP, well deserved for Moxicles. Really making a lot of those pushes happen there towards the final side of things, finding those quick KOs, setting up as well. I believe blocking Anthony, trying to find that spectacular spin, and that's what kept the push going for Swinburne at the end. So yeah, props to Moxicles, props to Swinburne. Hopefully they'll be back with a little bit more, of course, next week. The Devil Dino, it just didn't pay off for them this time, I guess.
Yeah, not this time around. Hopefully they'll manage to bring it out later into the piece there. But for now, everybody, we are going to be looking to get things set up for our next one. While we do that, we're going to head to a short break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back very soon. Welcome back, it's Matsy and Oni Tony coming at you once again with our next matchup of the day. It's gonna be none other than RMIT Black and QUT. Breaking free into this one, Tony. We got our rosters coming at you right now.
Absolutely. RMIT Black, it is Air Ninja, Netra, Smiles of Forst, Toogsy, and Gillies. To the side of QUT, it's Rexy, Ashtrays, Juicy, Aradet, Griffin, Doge, and Fox. And Matt, this is a battle for the top of the table, you know? Two of these teams sitting pretty closely in the standings, so I imagine either one could break away here.
Yeah, either team could make it, either team could take it, and you're going to see which one will be able to break through. You know, there's a plethora of talent across both these rosters. You know, we talked about Smiles a little bit in our last series, being the resident torch god, and maybe they could show off some of their moves into this here series. But Tony, we're jumping in to the drafts right now. Double Gambit are going to be double gone.
Yeah, unfortunate. I believe Rexy did hover that one, so he won't get the luxury of getting it to play into the Gambit. But, well, for QUT, this might be Daredevil unlocked here for Juicy, seeing as they get the first Protect here in this map of Burn and T'Challa. So they'll take it. They'll grab that Daredevil, and they'll see what they can do with it. Of course, RMIT Black now, though, they get the opportunity to ban something else here. It could be the Ashtrays Hulk. It could be something else. There's a lot of priority picks here, especially as well. Maybe the Devil Dino. But they're going to be taking away the Invis. I believe that is a target ban towards Rexy, because Rexy plays a ton of Invis, man.
Yeah, I think they're trying to nullify their strategist pool a little bit there. But speaking of, they have managed to get the Protect onto the Daredevil. Devil Dino being hovered as well by RMIT Black here. This could be good, and it looks like Smiles actually hovering over that one. A Stalks there, or a really solid Vanguard player for Smiles there. So keen to see how they play into that one. But White Fox has been banned away, so no Luna team up for that one today.
Yeah, unfortunate. It would seem that a little bit of target banning going on from both sides, right? RMIT taking away the Gambit, taking away the Invis as well, and QUT were like, all right, we'll take away the White Fox. And White Fox a little bit of a worrisome pick, especially with how much damage White Fox also outputs. You know, it's a lot of healing, but also a lot of AoE damage that the White Fox can be brought out here. Mantis as well being banned away by QUT. So this is some interesting sides of the bans that they're opting to go for. I believe that will be one-sided Invis here for RMIT.
Yeah, not too shabby at all, Tone. No Mantis, no Worries. Venom potentially going to be banned away here. They're thinking about it deeply, pondering, contemplating. But there's no museum, at least not yet. Burn and T'Challa going to be this one. Venom still hovered, so maybe taking a bit more time to consider it. But looks like considerations have ran their course. There's no ban.
Yeah, not going to be Venom taken away here for RMIT. They'll probably, I imagine they'll honor that one. QUT just a little bit slow to lock that one through. Mantis going to be locked in here for QUT. So one side of Mantis, not what we're expecting to see. Especially once the nerfs hit Mantis, it's like, all right, yeah, Mantis probably just falls down in the ban draft prior quite a bit, but still seeing a lot of teams opting to Rocket, and, well, QUT take away the Loki. Rocket is available, Matt, so we could be seeing a little bit of Rocket Cloak here for QUT, but no, yeah, Rocket.
There it
is.
is.
Be locked in here by Rexy. I predicted it, Matt.
Yeah, the Rexy Rocket breaking in. Normally see one of Rexy's teammates play into that one in other competition there. So interested to see Rexy bringing it out now. It goes to show their versatility as a strategist. Speaking of, we get to see the Primal Punishment team up coming at you from Avorst and Smiles right now, Tony. Very keen to see this one coming to play right now. And I'm eager to see how things will go. You know, we've got some big priority picks coming through. Ashtray is playing into the Captain America as one of those highly focused vanguards into the current season. So curious to see how it's going to stack up against the Dino here.
Yeah, a little bit of a hybrid comp from QUT, right? You've got Ashtrays Juicy with priority towards the dive, and then we're going to be hit scanning quite a bit with Fox and Aradet, especially going to be playing in the Luda Phoenix. RMIT, I like this one from them. I just saw the hover from Toogsy there on the Ultron. Feels very effective there. You can amplify the damage that comes out from a Vorse there on the Devil Dino on top of Smiles with that Ultron. They're also going to be playing the Rocket Raccoon and the Jeff. So this, oh, okay, no, never mind. I spoke too soon. And Ninja back to the invis, but the Rocket Raccoon's also a really, really good pick at amplifying a little bit more of that damage as well. You just feel so safe if you Smiles or a Vorse, but a Vorse isn't going to be riding the Dino just yet. They haven't initiated the lift here, Matt.
No, not looking to go for any lifts this time. Maybe go for it later. See if they can get an escape through with it. For now, though, looking to hold their ground, hold firm and steady onto this one. Smiles tries to collect a KO there. Not going to be able to achieve it as yet. They still have a bit of time to compose themselves, though. It looks like priority is going to be the mission area for RMIT Black here. I like how Smiles is just playing towards the edge of the mission area. You know, they're trying to make sure they keep presence, and they have found Juicy. So this does enable RMIT Black to get the opening here, but QUT respond very swiftly and in a big way.
Yeah, really good BRB there from RMIT, bringing Smiles back in the picture, and it will be the Buddy Barrier to try and walk them up. They've got the double shield, right? Netra as well playing on towards the Magneto, so it feels a little bit more safer of a walk-up. Amplifier's already going to be brought to play by Rexy. He goes first here. That's what you want to see your strategists do, amplify that end song. Aradet just dishing a ton of damage across the backline, not finalizing any KOs, but the end song's more than enough pressure to force RMIT back. They'll have to use their own amplifier, and now they're looking to walk with the final judgment. This could be RMIT turning the point back on their favor.
Yeah, the turnaround they needed, the final judgment, able to burn their way through. QUT playing lines aside, lose Fox though, out of sight, out of mind, and the rage will be disengaged. So, well done from Aradet there, getting the hit scan roll to a T. Juicy, their teammate, going down though, and it's time for the Devil Beats Rampage from Smiles, stomping away and ready to take their enemies out today. RMIT back in play, will flip the mission area. Aradet, in big trouble. They do escape though, so good positioning from them there.
Oh, never mind though.
Not for long.
Yeah, he's going to punish it. He's all over it. Doesn't even need a Vorse to help him out. Netra just walking up, dishing here. KO blow there. QUT though, they do start to build a few ultimates, of course. I have Agamotto's up. Do as well have the fate of both worlds. Ashtrays does have a flank here on towards the point. RMIT have let this one slip. The potential for the back cap here from Juicy and Ashtrays. RMIT Black are still looking towards this fight in the choke, and the point has been captured here for QUT.
Yeah, too much focus, tunnel visioning their way to the front line, does leave the back line exposed there. CYA going to be enabled as well now. Ensong Inferno up front, trying to burn through, and will be able to force them into an uncomfortable situation. Meteor up top, pop and drop. Will they stop them? Yes, they will. Good combination coming through there, and going to be doubling down for more. Freedom Charge allowing them to try and barge in, but Smiles just being a wall between them actually locks it back in for RMIT there.
Yeah, you can't get the touch there from Ashtrays. Unfortunately, that means that that ultimate is null and void here in this next fight. QUT using that one a little bit too early. Now only have the fate of both worlds up here, and you can see how far forward RMIT are playing with the space. They kidnapped the Strange there. Great grab from Smiles. And now the amplifier as well towards the backside of things to help out the strategist here. He's going to be just controlling space both on the point and off of the point here in this choke. QUT now looking to have to walk it up. We do have fate of both worlds here for Fox. Point percentage now starting to build from RMIT, almost up to 90. QUT now have players on the point, and they're looking to cap it back here, almost halfway ticked. 90% now to RMIT, and still a few ultimates to play with. We need to see that rage from Toogsy quite quickly.
Yeah, quickly, and it looks like the CYA going to come out quickly. The rage coming out in response. It's time to let the devil out into the end song. All the ults being committed from QUT. Little return until now, though. Finally getting it down for 3 and forcing RMIT a black back. So we'll be able to find the impacts they needed later into the piece here. RMIT, it's going to be a tough one. Are they going to walk it back? Will they portal it up? There's options at their disposal here. And I'm curious how they go for this time. They need at least a tap onto this one. Yeah, there we go. Portal time. Smiles on deck.
And Smiles going to have to be prompt about this portal, though. 95%. As 97 rolls out, the portal will get them back on, and Fox has overstepped there. Netra with a huge double KO there. Griffin Doge holding on, but getting meleeed out by Smiles. Great portal to get RMIT back on. Fate of both worlds, though, from Fox will keep them going. It is going to be Boundary. It is going to be Final Judgment coming through from Avorce to try and shut down that Fate. Fox will get taken out. It's another KO from Netra. And now it's QUT's chance to portal, but they're going to have to be prompt just like Smiles was. It will be a portal. High ground and back on. They will drop through with the Eye of Agamotto. It stuns up the backside. Aradet finds a Vorce. Meteor on to Rexy. Gets taken out by Air Ninja and QUT. They've got the Freedom Charge to hold this point down. RMIT, they need to touch though.
To touch as soon as they can. CYA up front, gonna be the perfect recipe. Agamotto doesn't get much impact, but it doesn't matter. Aradet, good to shut down a Borst there, and it all goes down like that. It's gonna be no one online on the mission area, and that's a capture to RMIT, a black there. I gotta say, Tony, I admired the focus from Netra into that fight with the fact that they committed the Meteor M and managed to get the pick onto it, but also shut down the Battle Recon Beacon there. Because if they had that still in the fight, QUT could have lasted a lot longer.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Shutting down that BRB, very important. And it wasn't the fact that that Meteor kind of... It softened Rexy up, right? You saw the focus from Air Ninja turn immediately, knowing that Rexy's just a slither of HP. That's what broke that fight wide open for RMIT. They portaled back perfectly. They swung the fight back into their favor. And then when QUT had that portal back and they had their moment to pounce, they just got shut down. Beautiful play from Netra on this Magneto. You can definitely see why he's one of the premier vanguards in the MRI map.
That's it. Gonna do great things in Pacific Asia on their team, Rival Esports. Excited to see what they do soon. But for now, everybody, we're jumping into the mission area on lock in the next 15 seconds. QUT running it down in a different direction here. They got Juicy on the Star-Lord. And they got Ashtrays on the Hulk. So, there's a lot of changes, and I'm keen to see if this is the recipe they need.
It's still pseudo dive, right? You've still got the Hulk for Ashtrays, and then Juicy with 50 clips, Star-Lord, right? We get to speak about the recent buffs, Matt. I'm eating so good if I get to play Star-Lord. If I get to play Star-Lord, of course. Sometimes my teammates don't like that. But yeah, 50 clip Star-Lord feels a little bit better than 40. Rage of Ultron here from Tootsy. Going to be bulwarked up here by Netra too. Ton of damage dished out, but nobody being softened up for the KOs just quite yet. They do send the Hulk into puny batter. It will be the Amplifier out from Rexy. They have already found Toogsy in the process with the Rage of Ultron. It's going to be Netra shutting Juicy down. There goes the Galactic Legend, completely null and void.
Null and void and sent packing here. Vorce does catch Aradet as well, so we're going to be 1-1 in terms of the player count for now. Ashtray is ready and waiting as well. No one has taken firm control over the mission area as yet, however. Oh, Ashtray is going down under for a second. Temporary retreat, but now back on into it. It's the invisible boundary coming up from Air Ninja, and it's going to be Netra with the Meteor in the final judgment. Oh, they do find Juicy through the pack there. Maybe not the KO they were searching for, but they'll happily take at least one.
Yeah, happy to take that KO. Final judgment onto Griffin Doge, and Song going to be coming out from Aradet. It goes a little bit wide. Unfortunately, nobody there on that side. For RMIT, they are bunkered down here on the left-hand side. It's a double from Netra, but a double back from Griffin and Aradet. Now Griffin Doge taken out. BRB will bring a Vorce back, and he's already looking to put some punishment in with that rifle. There's going to be shots out from Juicy as well. He's trying to find a Vorce. He's using that clip, almost finding it, but Smiles puts the bite down onto Juicy. And finally, Matt, the point will go to RMIT.
At long last, somebody breaks through there. I thought QUT might have a chance into that one, but RMIT stands strong. Really great to distance Juicy for the health pack there right at the last moment, but now they're trying to take Ashtrays into the fight before they're even prepared for it. I love the isolation coming into this one, and it's the Devil Beast Rampage now online. Juicy bring it back in to this one with the CYA now. Aradet does catch Smiles though, so this is a great start, but it's the battle of the BRBs, Tony. Everyone goes down, they come right back up.
Yeah, the BRB is just too good to deny from either side, right? Rexy's placed him perfectly. Gillies as well. He's going to be Juicy. Galactic Legend shut down once again. It's Tuxi this time to take Juicy out. And no luck here for Juicy from QUT this time around. It is going to be Rage of Ultron here towards the backline, trying to snipe out Rexy. Will turn attention to Aradet. Tons of damage being dished across, and it's Netra securing those final hits onto Aradet and Fox. And Juicy, once again, he's back, but he's force packing once again. And now QUT on a little bit of a back foot, Matt. They're starting to run out of momentum.
Yeah, starting to run out of a bit of prowess into this one. I'm going to have to find a solution, and quick. All they have is the end song, maybe the Hulk Smash. They can play into a World Breaker, I guess. If they can stall out long enough to get the dance floor at the ready, maybe Rexy with the It's Jeff, it could be perfect. But they might not even have a chance. RMIT Black, they look to go first onto this one. Everforce does have the final judgment, trying their best to catch someone, but it's QUT. They're able to find the KOs right now. One player the difference, and Ninja going to come in clutch. If they can get the boundary, they will pop it immediately. Not taken out of this fight here, Tony. The battle will rage on, and there it goes. Boundary online.
Yeah, boundary came online there, and just a little bit late. Tuxi got taken out there, so it's going to be up to Netra and Smiles to really hold this one down. Smiles chomping away, fate of both worlds from Fox, but it's another quick KO secured for Netra. Juicy just can't get anything going. Everybody from RMIT Black counting him out. Netra now forced to use the shield, forced to use any sort of Vanguard prowess he's got left in the tank. Overtime will tick, and finally QUT can breathe a sigh of relief and breathe a little bit of calm into the roster, Matt, because they finally have the point.
At long last, just on the edge of failure, they do find a little moment of success. Will they be able to hold on to that? It's going to be tested, but at least they're gathering some energy, you know, charging towards some crucial tools here. Galactic Legend going to be a great way to shred through RMIT Black. One and the same. If RMIT Black can force them to commit some of their tools here, this could manage to amount towards their own comeback. So it's a battle of sacrifices here, and the Galactic Legend is coming out. Meteor M downtown. Fox is out of here. Rexy commits It's Jeff, Tony. They're trying to zone him out.
Yeah, they need a big swallow there. They'll take up Smiles. Smiles going to be kidnapped and not really able to do all too much. All frowns on the side of him, but he will be spat out. He can't really deal with Smiles when he's got a ton of HP. A little bit of a raid boss here. Netra as well getting involved for the finals. It's a double for both Vanguards. Down goes QUT once again. Smiles just using this Devil Dino. He can never count Netra out. OT will go down. No portal here from QUT. They can't touch either with the Venom or Star-Lord. It will be a 2-0 here from RMIT Black on Burn Into Charlotte, Matt.
Yeah, well done and well played into that one. And you got to respect the discipline coming through from Netra towards the end of the piece there as well. You know, Rexy committed the It's Jeff into the fight. Netra had the Bulwark available. They had it on themselves. They were just calm as can be. And obviously with the Bulwark being on themselves there, they won't be taken out of the fight from something like It's Jeff. They can stay in position and be happy as can be, much like Emma Frost into the diamond form there. You know, they're unable to be immobilized. But for now, it is going to be RMIT Black taking control of the series here. A great start. QUT getting close at moments, but not quite able to stand up to the pitch there. Aradet going to be the SVP onto this one, however. 8 finals to their name, so pretty close to some of what RMIT Black was able to bring, but the true star of the show, Netra on that Magneto, all the way through 25 finals, Tony, 63 AC and a dream.
Yeah, he was hitting everything. Netra, great meteors, great autos. Netra, free Smiles from Maggel, Matt. We spoke to Smiles a lot, you know, last time we got to speak to Smiles, and he's always like, yeah, I'm always stuck in Maggel. RMIT always put me in Maggel, but he's free. He lets the Dino out, and Netra, yeah, insane performance there on the Magneto. But yeah, as you said, SVP from Aradet, 33k damage. Aradet did pretty well, all things considered. Juicy, unfortunately, getting shut down so many times there is kind of what broke those fights from QUT. You just felt like they didn't have enough gas left in the tank, right? We saw Ashtrays try to do something there on the Hulk, tried to swap over to the Venom to make something happen, but yeah, it's just the fact that Juicy was getting shut down in so many of these engagements that QT lost out there.
Yeah, they just managed to find the right moments, you know, the right points of contact, and it worked out so magnificently. Just absolutely wonderful result for RMIT Black there. QUT, I think that, you know, they've got that potential. We spent a bit of time contemplating before, and that's a good thing we did, because we're going to the Museum of Contemplation into our next map in the series, everybody. So get excited for our map on convoy there. Very keen to see if there's a bit of a shift in the compositions they bring to the table here, but we could see much the same.
Yeah, shift in compositions. I don't think it's likely from QUT. I feel like they play a lot of what's strong for them, right? We saw Ashtrays on his Champion Hulk. We saw Aradet Phoenix or Aradet Punisher. Of course, Juicy can play really realistically anything in the duelist pool, so it doesn't really feel like you can ban Juicy outright. They took away the Daredevil, but Juicy's fine to play the Star-Lord, play whatever else he likes here. But as well, a thing that's probably very important going into Museum is control of the sight lines here for the defense side. And RMIT probably look to bring a more defensive composition this time around, because of course they had the Devil Dino, they had the Punisher. Very aggressive composition, especially with the Ultron in play. I imagine they probably won't want to bring that one here.
Yeah, I wouldn't imagine it, especially if your opponent's going to have a Devil Dinosaur. You can literally get taken out of the skies with one shot of the beam there. One of the same, it's why you don't see, or you probably won't see much, if not any, Angela this season at all, because if you're flying around on Angela, you can just get swatted out of the sky immediately. So it's just, yeah, it's tough for flyers this time around. If we are not going back to a flyer meta anytime soon, Tony, I think, yeah, not a chance. But for now, it's going to be the chance to see a merit draft all over again. A goodbye Punisher, goodbye any kind of solution to the Devil Dinosaur. There's still others that are available, though.
Yeah, Punisher take it away. Devil Dino for both sides. Loki, Mantis. Yeah, okay. I don't mind it. There's a few like really strong picks that are kind of getting left through. Yeah, Invis is the one I was definitely thinking of. RMIT locking that one in for QUT. Where does this ban draft lead us, right? Do we see the potential for the mag ban, especially with the fact that Fox probably wants to play Cloak? I mean, maybe taking away the Rocket instead. They did get a lot of value out of the BRBs. We saw time and time again Smiles being brought back to play, and that's the guy you want to see brought back. Your big raid boss, Devil Dino, that can eat so much damage, soak so much damage up, and as well block so much with that body barrier. So, yeah, going to be taking away the Rocket for QUT. And, well, both teams get that invis. Final ban potential for RMIT. They might just ban the Rocket as well.
It wouldn't surprise me at all, to be honest, but it looks like, oh, they're thinking about it. It's Mantis or Rocket. I think Rocket could be the priority here, yeah. You don't want to have those one-sided BRBs, let alone the one-sided CYA there, so going to be all locked in for this one. But Tony, Netra not actually donning the mag this time around. They're looking to bring it up front and personal with the Emma Frost here.
Yeah, Netra's Emma's just as good, right? Mag, he's pretty good at. Emma feels just as good for the Vanguard lineup here from RMIT. Smiles, of course, going straight towards the Devil Dino. And you can see the adaptation as well from RMIT. Knowing that QUT now have that Devil Dino in play, they're going to be bringing Phoenix. It's going to be Divorced bringing that one to play. They're going to be staying 2Z on the Ultron, so I don't mind that one. Maybe just to amplify a little bit more of the damage coming out from Smiles, from Divorced, even from Netra. For QUT, though, Juicy over on towards the Bucky. He might be expecting dive here from RMIT. Oh, Moon Knight?
Ooh. Looks like Moon Knight is being hovered here. The Bucky wouldn't actually be the worst either, because alongside Ashtrays being able to take 2Z out of the skies with the beam there on the Devil Dinosaur, if you played into Bucky with the Bionic Hook there, you could also maybe hook the Ultron out of the skies as well. So a lot of potential here, but for now, they're going to play into the Moon Knight to try and dish out a ton of damage onto Smiles, and they're going to have to play somewhat safely as a result of that.
Yeah, I like this from QUT. Knowing that Smiles has been a problem with this Devil Dino, why not bring both counters, Phoenix and Moon Knight, those two that can deal a ton of burst damage. And you can see Smiles needs to force the runes out from Air Ninja, but Netra able to get the fist on a Griffin Doge too. The KOs go to RMIT. I thought Smiles was certainly going to be taken out there, but just the Loki runes at the right time there from Air Ninja keeps him up. Gillies as well with his invis. Smiles is safe.
Yeah, sitting comfortably, playing the angle tightly. Oh, we'll be able to collect their opponent straight into the fray there. Ashtrays almost getting taken out. Smiles in trouble and does hit the rubble there. There's the juicy effect. Almost has the Conchu available as well here. It's all going to be on Netra to try and hold up the front line. But for now, QUT are comfortably pushing up that mission vehicle further and further along. I like that Netra's trying to contest it here, but it doesn't matter. The whole back line is getting torn apart right now. They can't maintain line of sight on Netra, and now everything is starting to fall into place.
You can see Dino versus Dino. Buddy barriers pop for both sides. Smiles is not long for this world this time. QUT coming back with a vengeance here, and I really like this adaptation. Juicy struggling to get going on the Star-Lord, so the Moon Knight is probably a good call. Was that a portal there from Netra? Not quite able to take it. It's a little bit late. So now portal down here for RMIT. QUT just continuing to steamroll forward, looking towards Aradet here. Trying to dish out some more damage. Does have that end song starting to build up. Tugsy being cautious here, using the cover, using his Devil Dino as well as cover. QUT just continuing to put the pressure on. Smiles taken extremely low. Thankfully going to be topped up by the strategist. Chomp's going down from both Devil Dinos, and now it is going to be Ashtrays having to fall back, and this time he's going to be taken out.
Yeah, taken out of the fray this time around. So now more looking to be focused down as well. Getting a bit angry onto this one. At the moment, all this is achieving for RMIT Black is just clearing a bit of space, and that isn't the worst case scenario here, Tone. If they can force them back, or make QUT work to get that space back, it does ultimately result in a victory because they're stalling time here. Now, with the Eternal Bond online, though, QUT are trying to claw that right back. Psionic Seduction as well, and a Conchu, everything being committed to this fight, and they have found success. KO's coming out, end song for good measure there. I don't know if they overcooked a bit with that end song, but you know what? It doesn't matter. They get the team wipe on RMIT Black, but now all they've got is the Devil Beast Rampage for the next fight, and RMIT Black, they have a whole lot more.
He gets the job done right. Gillies is able to kind of stealthily stall that mission vehicle from pushing forward here. And we do have a few ultimates as well from RMIT. We'll have the copy of Mischief coming through, but it is going to be Netra with a great slam there. Carbon Crush collecting. Smiles walking up here with this Rampage, and he's looking to put the hurt here on the Juice. He has to take out the Arc, has to be careful though of Vorst. Quick KO secured here. And RMIT, they fight their way out of that very rough position. Now they have to solidify themselves in a better one to keep this hold from QUT.
Yeah, keep it held down and steady here, Tony. We'll see if they are going to be able to manage it. As RMIT stand on the edge of glory here, doing the best they can to hold it in place. But QUT are giving more and more to try and open up the door into this one. Netra's good with that Psionic Seduction there. At least try and put them in place here. Stall out the time a bit longer, but I mean, you can only do that for so long, and now RMIT does not have anything really to deal with them unless Tugsy charges up in time. Netra certainly giving them a ton of time. Double KO looking for more around the corner, and they are delivering. The charge is building brick by brick here, Tony, and QUT are forced into a retreat.
Yeah, another minute off the clock here for QUT, forced to retreat once again and having to build up ultimates. Both teams having to play the neutral game quite heavily now. And Netra finding some success once again. Some great carbon crushes, some great kicks as well. RMIT going to be thankful for having Netra here in the roster tonight. We're going to be seeing Rage of Ultron popped early there. Tusi's not going to wait their time, hopping behind the buddy barrier. Dishing out all the shots right now. It's a quick KO there onto Ashtrays once again. Vorst not missing here. He's been doing his aim training, Matt. He's hitting his shots right now. needs to fall back a little bit. Can't go too far forward because QUT, of course, do have that Moonlight Phoenix of their own. And RMIT have to be cautious of, so they're going to walk it back. Clones burnt by Air Ninja. Now the fight ensues. Still, ultimates charged up here for QUT. They will use the Eternal Bond early to get themselves a path forward.
Ooh, and Song Inferno coming out as well.
Oh.
Does catch Smiles there. The boundary not going to do enough to keep them into that one, but Psionic Seduction might be enough to suck through a bit more time into this one. A boundary popped by Rexy as well, however. And now Griffin does look to trade the Psionic Seduction. Evor's the first to fall, but they are playing line of sight here. They've escaped the rays and will be able to make some big plays. And now, though, it's Smiles, Devil Beast, Rampage, trying to engage into this one here. Ninja bringing out the boundary with the God of Mischief. Ashtrays bringing out their own Rampage here. See if they can disengage Smiles, but not gonna happen. They will be forced to slug it out through this fight, and the time is getting dangerously low, but QUT might have found the mark they need.
In a battle of the dinos, there you saw Ashtrays take Smiles away from the rest of the team. RMIT, they are falling once again. RMIT needs to stabilize here, but Aradet able to collect a double. Gonna be walking up with Juicy. Ported them back on towards the mission area. KO from Juicy, another from Ashtrays. QUT are able to find the fight necessary to get them continuing to go here. Matt and Aradet, big double there in that last one.
Yeah, big double down, and they are able to break through the next capture point there. Onwards to the final stretch here, Tony. But, I mean, there's not much time available to them even still. And RMIT, they're making them work for this one particularly hard. We'll see if they can discard them and look to continue their venture as Evorce doubles down to open the account, and they're looking for more around the bend as well. Good isolation from Smiles there, locking it in alongside their teammates. And that's a good, clean sweep to clear the space here. They need to take it a bit more aggressively, though. And they are going to hold it firm for the moment.
And you're going to be feeling a little bit of the hurt from that one. Just when you see Aradet chime in with a big double. Divorced immediately back as well. Both Phoenixes really playing in their own world right now. We can see kidnapped attempt from Smiles. Rage of Ultron popped early. Wants to get from Tubes. He just wants to get it going. Boundary comes out. Agamotto from Juicy stuns up Evorce there. Is going to catch Netra too. Smiles going to be taken in the picture here, and it is going to be Ensong being thought about here from Evorce. That has walked up, get the chip in. Let's get those tags going. It's going to be Ensong in return. Evorce too far forward, and QUT are able to capitalize. But now we're into OT. One win for RMIT will stop this push where it stands. QUT, they're going to have to play their cards close to their chest in this next few engagements, Matt.
Yeah, play it close to the heart and a look to rip it apart. They will find it. Ninja, what a crucial KO there, leaving them down to just a couple of strategists to rely upon. This could certainly nullify their impact here. Speaking of Netra, great Carbon Crush there, trying their best to rush ahead, see if they can get the KO through. Not going to be able to land it though. And here comes that Psionic Seduction, trying their best to force them off the mission vehicle. Devil Beast Rampage though, trying to disengage them all the same. RMIT Black going to be on the attack. Eternal Bond from Fox, trying to see if they slip their way in, but no one has managed to fall yet. But RMIT now falling apart the dance floor, keeping them in at the last second.
Yeah, dance floor at a crucial time from Air Ninja. Juicy will find Gillies though, as so RMIT back to their hurting ways. Is going to be the clap coming out from Air Ninja, trying to secure a quick KO. Tuxie's trying to fly back in. Smiles with the cap as well to try and stall. He is going to be locked out at the gate. He is able to touch for just a quick moment here. He is floating around, but they will shut it down. Rexy isn't going to be fooled by the tricks of Smiles. OT will tick, and it will be 3-all cap for QQT.
They go the distance onto this one. Well done. Well played to QUT there. And now it's RMIT's turn to step up to the plate and see if they can slate their way ahead of this one and find an opportunity. But opportunities, Tony, don't just come easy. They're going to have to work just as hard, if not better, to earn more time under the clock and maybe earn ourselves some OT plays. We'll see if they can manage it though, as they will be looking to make these last moment bits of preparation here. Will the composition change? Maybe, maybe not. But we're going to lock it in right now.
Going to be locked into this one. And what is the change up here for RMIT, right? The comp wasn't too bad, right? The Emma was really, really good at dealing with the Devil Dino, and vice versa. Griffin Doge, a little bit under the radar, but yeah, Moon Knight was definitely what brought QUT forward in most of those engagements towards the first and second point. And then, of course, they got rid of it. They opted to swap it out. So Toogsy, Moon Knight here, off of the Ultron. Now, we need to see a little bit more damage out of RMIT Black if they're going to get this push across the line.
Yeah, they need to have that extra bit of oomph into this one, don't they? And looks like they've made a bit of a change up, taking a play out of QUT's book here, and they've got the Moon Knight on deck. Juicy actually going to be bringing out the Bucky into this one. It could be exactly the recipe they're searching for. They can isolate them out of the fight with that bionic hook there and see if they can book in a KO or two. But that opportunity hasn't rose just yet, don't. And RMIT Black, they're getting real hungry to take some more space here.
Yeah, looking to take that space for themselves, and it is going to be a Vorse clicking away. That's the power of the new Phoenix, right, compared to the old one. Those left clicks hit a little bit harder, or of course, whatever you've got it bound to. The AoE's a little bit less potent, but yeah, those primary fires from a Vorse are really, really starting to hurt. QUT are walking all the way back towards this second point. RMIT, just with the freedom of range, Juicy's going to be swapping over to the Mantis. Feels like QUT, this is a little bit of a desperation move.
Yeah, they're looking to match the triple there, see if they can make some worth from it. And a Khonshu going to isolate the space as well. This is great for RMIT Black
Zoning.
there. Yeah, they zone them out of position. They aren't able to stop them on the mission vehicle. And it's A-OK. Fox just going to concede to the KO there. So RMIT Black have a absolute ton of time to push this now.
Yeah, it's never good. QUT, that Khonshu just zoned them out of walking back towards that mission vehicle, and you saw Juicy Aradet were like, yeah, we concede, we fold this fight. Jumped off there in towards the out of bounds. Environmental KO. Not really, I guess it doesn't go to anyone's board, right? It just kind of gets null and void. The KO does count towards the casualty board for QUT. Invisible boundary here for RXC could be good at stabilizing a fight that if it doesn't go their way, or they're just going to pop it early. Very much aggressive ultimate usage out of both team strategists right now, just using those ultimates early, and Ninja trades with the boundary of their own. RMIT probably don't have to expend a ton of resources into this one because their spawn's right there.
Yeah, they're right in the right place at the right time there. So going to be able to just take it easy for the moment. They can look to commit a bit more to the next fight instead. Perhaps Skilly's Eternal Bond is available if they want to use that to push themselves into the fight here, or perhaps wait for the right moment. They got options they can use if required. Speaking of, though, QUT doing a great job just to keep them in place right now, and playing around the pillar there just to isolate lines of sight. So far, so good. And a Khonshu, though, going to be the enabler into this. Ashtrays goes down, and more to follow, Tony.
Yeah, more to follow. Of course, fighting Griffin Doge and Zong in return here from Aradet, trying to snipe something back, but they've walked the AoE finding an in the interim, though. Evorst, Smiles, Netra, Toogsy still putting their foot on the gas, and they are not letting up. It's a double KO from Smiles on the Devil Dino, and QUT, well, they fold to that fight, and that's just the advantage, Matt, of having your spawn so close. You're able to regroup very quickly, and they're already mid-fight planning as they lost that fight just previous.
Yeah, you can see the adaptability there, can't you? Just like the Psionic Seduction, playing the lines of sight into this one and trying to get out of Light's way. But speaking of, it's Eternal Bond for Botten now. Devil Beast Rampage coming out for the next Psionic Seduction. Smiles could be on a rampage in a second too if they manage to stall it out long enough. And they are doing a good job to sustain through this one. Our Smiles could be the next activation. There it is. It's time to go on a rampage and see if they can push them out of the way here. Rexy forced to pop that boundary. Smiles in trouble, goes down. QUT now getting the upper hand, Tony. And RMIT forced to retreat.
Yeah, Gilly's caught a little bit too far forward, trying to amplify the damage from RMIT with those cloak walls, and Well, QC, that's a strong fight to win out here. Juicy. He playing up on the higher ground here. New Mantis costume looking all star-studded with that gold and black. It looks beautiful, man. Great costume out of Juicy. QC, though, 2 minutes to hold off RMIT. And RMIT, they've got some ultimates to play with. Unfortunately, they used that Rampage from Smiles and didn't really quite have its impact. But QT, they've got nothing. They burnt Eternal Bond. They had to use the Boundary. So RMIT, with ult advantage, could just look to walk this fight up and take it for their own.
Yeah, looks like they're trying to catch
Whoa,
something
Juicy.
in the meanwhile there. Getting a bit uncomfortable, aren't they, Tony? Ooh. But it's going to be more so. Aradad, a good KO into the neutral there. Finding a force and looking for more. It's Doozy to turn the tides with Khonshu there and more to follow.
Yeah, shifting into a tsunami for RMIT, and Song looking to put them out of commission is going to be as well. Juicy popping that Mantis ultimate to keep everybody healthy. QT, though, they do have a boundary to keep themselves safe. Juicy is forced into the room. They're forced so far back. End Song, aggressive use from a force, trying to find Fox, but he is able to shift away with the cloak form. And QUT, they're thankful for that because they have now room to work with, forcing RMIT to use all of their ultimates here. Devil Dino, it's a clash of the dinos here. Matt Smiles needs to be careful. Netra secures one on a Juicy, so this fight's still doable for RMIT now.
Yeah, with the Psionic Seduction now trying to take them out of space as well. Could be the perfect thing they need, but they are now getting taken out of place as well. Trying to go on a rampage on both sides. Eternal Bond from Achilles here. Good timing on it. Matched by Fox now. Trying to see if they can rush their way through this one. Fox has the upper hand. They're on timing. And Ashtrays now climbing their way through the KO feed. They will manage to destabilize RMIT. Not much time left to give into this one, Tony. They need a portal and a dream. Otherwise, they're going to end in a nightmare.
Yeah, this is looking worrisome now for RMIT, and I don't think they even have time to portal here. 5 seconds, Netra's going to try and swing back on in with the Venom, but he swings a little bit too far forward, gets a little bit too much airtime. Matt, RMIT will drop that one. We saw them swap to the Strange just a little bit late. Miscommunication. And QUT will capitalize there. Well played from the entire team, right? But of course, I have to give credit to Juicy, showing adaptation after that first one on domination there. And Arada as well, time and time again in the KO feed. Got a little bit too far forward towards the end of things, got a little bit too KO hungry, but of course you can forgive it at the end of the day if you're feeling it. 39 KOs on the Phoenix, and QUT even up the series, Matt.
Yeah, against all odds, they even up the score there. So well done from Juicy and Co on that one. And if you don't know the name, and now you do, Aradet on the MVP. 20 finals, 57 act, Tony, 39 KOs, and putting in hard yards for their team.
Yeah, absolutely beautiful stuff. And yeah, 20 final hits, 38k from Aradet this time around. Netra, still an MVP-like performance, right? That's why you see the SVP from Netra always a threat there. We saw it from the Emma. We didn't really get to feel it as much on that Emma compared to the Mag. And Mag was available that whole time. But unfortunately, Mag just feels a little bit weak into a comp like Devil Dino, into Phoenix. It feels like Mag kind of gets walked over a little bit here. But yeah, for QUT, that's a well-deserved victory to their board. 89k damage blocked as well from Ashtrays. Smiles with 93. These Devil Dinos eating so much damage.
Yeah, they just absolutely soak up the damage, don't they, Tone? And it's really impressive how teams are able to adapt around it and just try and push their way in to the best of their ability. But as goes with every season, Tony, you know, there's adaptations we've seen, and maybe there's more to be seen as the season goes on. Only early days yet, you know, we haven't had much playtime with some of the newer compositions yet, so curious to see some changes coming through later on into the piece. But speaking of the piece, Tony, this piece is 1-1 right now, and it's all going to go down in one final clash on Central Park.
Ooh, Central Park, Matt. You know we love Central Park, especially in Pacific, where Central Park is, you love it or you hate it. Of course, if you're some of the teams, you're fighting for dear life, and some of the casters as well. You're fighting for dear life in long Central Park games. But yeah, Central Park is a fitting a closer here for both these two teams because they've been fighting tooth and nail there. Of course, even going back to domination, it was 99-99 on that first point. Portals back from both sides, but it was RMIT coming out on top. This time it's QUT getting their swing back, getting their motion, and well, it feels like they've got the momentum going into this last one here. RMIT are going to have to answer.
Yeah, they're going to have to answer and quick smart. If they don't have an answer, they're just going to get wiped or full held for that matter. So they really need to step up to the plate immediately. Like they fell short, especially on the edge of that second capture point there. You know, unlucky, but there's still a chance to bring it back, especially on a Central Park of all things. Unless they don't, and we get a draw.
Unless they don't. Yeah, true. That is very likely. That's why we hate Central Park. That's why we hate Central Park. The draw is very, very likely. But yeah, we've had some close ones in Central Park, and this one I imagine will be pretty close. My question is, Matt, where will you see these bans go? Does Moon Knight or Phoenix get let through again? Especially both of these teams are playing the Devil Dino.
It's possible, right? It's possible either of those could get through. Maybe even on a map like Central Park, we could see Wolverine get a bit of focus there, considering their KO potential. Depends on the player, though. But there's a lot that they can, I guess, change into this one. A lot that they can do. Moon Knight certainly can come in. We have seen a lot of the Groot Knight combo, especially onto this map into the past. I'm not sure if we'll see it now. But that's going to be up to our two teams at the end of the day. One thing that will be taken out consistently every single time is going to be that Gambit.
Yeah, it feels like it's embedded into the ban drafts, right? We don't really see that first ban ever go a different way. Punisher going to be saved here from QUT. So this is a little bit of different flavor. We saw Aradet happy to play the Phoenix, but might be seeing them on the Punisher this time around. A Mantis ban here from RMIT. It felt like, yeah, Juicy in moments there on Museum was definitely a lot to deal with. Both teams going to be saving Punisher. But realistically, you just ban the Devil Dino and all of a sudden the Punisher lock-in is null and void.
Yeah, I think it can still have its impact, though. Even with or without the Devil Dino, I think Punisher can be a great impact maker. I mean, you think back into last season, right? Punisher was quite the difference maker in this map in particular. You know, you think Itachi 250R. That's one who's reached for the stars with the Punisher. But for now, it's going to be Rocket Focus and the Dino are going to be taken out here.
Yep.
Doesn't mean... Well, you know what? It could be single-sided. It could be single-sided. We'll see, though. We'll see. They might be able to ban it back. Let's not get ahead of ourselves here.
Yeah.
Protect going to be online for RMIT, though.
Yeah, this is a lot of mind games being thought about. They're going to be maybe saving Netra's Emma Frost. I like that. It's as we saw, good carbon crushes from Netra, good kicks as well. It's also really good at dealing with that Devil Dino that could come out one-sided. They're going to ban... Oh, no, I was going to say... Yeah, the Mag? I don't think so. I'm pretty sure Netra's probably going to be on the Emma. We know Smiles can play the Emma, but I imagine he's going to be on the Dino if the Dino's available. So we're going to be seeing Invis taken out. One-sided Invis for QUT is very interesting, though. They're going to save the Devil Dino. Rightfully so. They'll get one-sided Devil Dino, not one-sided Invis. It's a Punisher. And Devil Dino, I definitely wasn't expecting to have such a impact in the ban draft going into this season, Matt.
Yeah, it's been coming out in a big way, especially into this portion of the season, Tony. Curious if the Devil Dino will be so strong when Cyclops comes out in Season 8.5 there.
I'm excited.
Yeah, I'm excited for that too. You know, we've seen Cyclops already absolutely screaming his heart out, so definitely keen to see that in-game as well when they become playable. For now, though, getting our heroes locked into this one, Tony. Aradet going to be bringing out the Punisher. There's a reason they got that animated icon there. They're looking to bring it out in a big way. Speaking of, if Vorst is trying to match them here, let's see a few more picks coming through as well. No Thor. Going to be the Devil Dinosaur, I'd hope. But here we go.
I'm a Groot here for RMIT. I don't mind this one. Smiles, pretty effective Groot. Netra, as we've already seen, a pretty effective Emma. And of course, with the fact that they have the Punisher, it means that they are probably going to bring the Ultron. They want to keep that Punisher online as much as possible. For QUT, they're playing a little bit more stock standard. A little 2-2-2 composition from them with the Cloak and Luna. But yeah, interesting as well that there was a priority from RMIT, and that was taking away the Rocket Raccoon. So could be a pretty good pick for them. Gillies, we saw some great BRBs from them. And of course, as well, saw some great BRBs from Rexy on QUT. Gonna be Iron Fist here for Juicy, not Daredevil.
Yeah, not Hawkeye either there. I saw those hovers, Juicy. I was thinking, no. There's no way that comes out. But the Harlequin Loon is going for a bit of a flank here. I think they might have spotted the BRB, maybe. So that could be big to take that out early into the piece there and destabilize the defense. But see if they can manage more than just that. If they can manage to lock in, the strategists are already in trouble. That's a great start from Juicy.
Yeah, that is such an effective flank. Breaking the BRB, as you said, so they don't get that extra player online here, that extra hero. Boss did fight him with a shotgun, though, so they shut out Juicy as soon as he makes the big play. Griffin Doge, Ashtrays looking to walk forward and take that space for QUT, but Ashtrays has gone a little bit too far forward. Portal already from Air Ninja very early in the piece, but of course he was on a strategist, so they're happy to bring that portal back to play. They were getting a little bit worried that they were going to lose that point.
Yeah, and it's all off the back of Juicy just enabling them with their flanking prowess. And who's to say Juicy won't be able to do that all over again? RMIT are going to have to exercise the utmost caution if things like that are looking to be a thorn in their side here. Definitely have to do their best to play their cards right onto this one. Speaking of, QUT already stacking up the presence up front here. Smiles in a bit of trouble. Almost has the Strangling Prison, but they aren't going to need it. They've found the vamp pool there, and they're looking for more.
Yeah, fully charged Netra on a rampage right now with the drone and all of the pressure that RMIT can push forward here with that Ultron drone, with the fact that they have a rocket tossing out those healing orbs, keeping everybody healthy. And Ashtrays has had enough. No more Devil Dino, no more nothing else but his main. It is going to be the Hulk being brought back here. Juicy going to be on the Groot here, so going to be running a 3-1-2 composition now for QUT. And Aradet already going to be using the Final Judgment. They're going to walk up as well with the Fate of Both Worlds. RMIT need to be careful. Avos is a little bit too far forward. The Amplifier coming out from Gillies, Strangling Prison to lock up a few members, but nothing's been capitalized here. RMIT are just losing space and losing members slowly.
Yeah, I thought they were playing lines aside initially, but they do get caught off guard eventually here, so maybe just exercising their patience a bit too much into this one. Portal already taken out early into the fight there, and it's off the back of Juicy just being a thorn in their side. So as a result, the QUT finally will be able to break through, and they've got a decent amount of time ahead of them on this push.
Yeah, this feels like RMIT maybe overplaying a little bit. As I said, no portal. Or Air Ninja means that they just have to surrender that one up. So 4 minutes for QUT to get this one going. Of course, Ashtray is going to be taking up an off angle on the high ground, just threaten RMIT as they try to walk up. Naradet playing a little bit safe there. Unfortunately, Avos got a little bit too far forward. Strangling Prison from Juicy is going to try and lock them all up, but Air Ninja with the Fate of Both Worlds into the Carpet Crush from Netra. They'll walk it up and they'll turn it on its head just when you think QUT. That's a winnable fight with the Strangling Prison. It gets turned completely. Snowball miss there from Air Ninja. Just a little bit of a fadeaway present to QUT as they walk back to their spawn.
Yeah, we'll be forced back into the retreat there, so I'm going to have to take it easy a little while longer here. Juicy changing it up onto the Phoenix now, though, to play into the double hit scan presence here for our duelists. Let's see if they can lock something down for their team, as Netra now looking to get the Psionics deduction, catches Aradet there, walls coming up, and will be looking to take them down. So good to at least force them back a little further onto this one and keep RMIT having some forward presence here, but the Hulk smash up front, there's big problems for RMIT now.
It doesn't matter if Vorce is too far forward, though. Amplifier with Rage of Ultra, and here comes the Final Judgment. Meteor is going to be popped quickly because it has to be as soon as that judgment comes out, it could be broken. Force is going to be broken, though. Heart shattered here at the hands of QUT. Astray's also onto Air Ninja, but they're backed up into this corner. Smiles needs to walk up here. Does have that Strangling Prison. Will be exiled there by Astrays. They can't walk forward. Strangling Prison forced to be used there for Smiles. He'll pick up Rexy. Gillies uses the shotgun, the machine gun on Aradet. And will be still Ashtrays all over RMITs. They try to walk out this choke, man. They're setting themselves up into a KO box here, but Toogsy, he's out. And Ninja's here. Smile's going to be going for the portal. 2 meters, just a fraction there from QT from capping. Fox able to find Toogsy. Juicy still putting in the punishment, and here at Boss trades onto Ashtrays. This fight's going to and fro here. It's about stabilizing.
No one going to be finding stable ground yet, though. Both teams still
Carbon
losing
Crush.
numbers and looking for more around the bend here. Netra does catch the KO eventually. Does have Sonic Seduction available, but with the man advantage now, they don't even need it. They catch Rexy off guard there, so perfect to get the staggered KO. And it might even get Aradet here. Ooh, they're stuck in an uncomfortable position. Oh my goodness. We'll be able to slip away eventually, but my god, Tony. RMIT, keep up that pressure to the utmost here. 1 minute to go now for QUT. They're pretty close to the Eternal Bond at a minimum, but they need so much more than that.
Yeah, they're going to need so much more to fight this one through. Start to build up their ultimate slowly. Maybe you have to just win it out in the neutral, shut down Netra before they get that side seduction out. Rage of Ultron immediately from Toogsy. Frame 1, that ultimate came up, it was popped. Eternal Bond going to be traded there for Fox. And it will be space for the taking here for QUT, but Fate of Both Worlds allows RMIT to take that space immediately back. It's a game of tug and war here. Aradet with the final judgment on top of the end song from Juicy. They're just trying to get these KOs quickly, but it is going to be a force with Amplifier. Final judgment does a ton of damage when it's amplified to its max. Fox needs to be careful now. Netra finding Ashtrays, and the shotguns pull out from a Vorst. 9 seconds. QUT, I don't think they get the portal off, Matt. This just might be RMIT locking it up here.
And there it is, just a second or two too late there, Tony. RMIT managed to react accordingly and will be able to lock them in place. So, not as much space they need to clear for themselves here, Tony. Going to be a lot more pressure on the QUT side now, and I gotta say, I really admire the discipline and adaptability from RMIT into that fight. You know, they were faced with Aradet having the final judgment there. They managed to play around the CYA and have a final judgment of their own to overwhelm the damage of the final judgment that they were faced with, and then they just overwhelmed the fight from there. So, really well done to compose themselves and take control of the game.
Yeah, really good composure being shown for RMIT, QUT. Some great starts there. They just had all of the fights won towards that first push, and then it kind of teetered out a little bit. We saw RMIT really have to dig deeper there. I thought it was over. They were 2 minutes away from capturing that second point and securing more time from QUT, but they just couldn't quite get it across the line here. Now, it's about the Punishers once again. Aradet a little bit quiet in that first one. We're going to have to be on guard going in this defense side for QUT. Juicy, we saw a lot of different picks being thought about. Opted to play the triple Vanguard, didn't really work. The Groot had its success. That Strangling Prison came out just trying to lock it up, but that fight wasn't won by QUT. And Juicy's like, you know what, I'm going straight back to the Duelist. Feels a little bit more of a comfortable role for him. He's going to be up on this high ground. Great chip damage going over the top there of the bridge. But for RMIT, they're not going to be too dissuaded after all that chip damage comes out, because they have an Ultron drone, they have the healing orbs coming out of Gillies, and as well, you've got Air Ninja putting in a ton of healing prowess as well. Netra, a little bit careful, a little bit too far forward there.
Too far forward and ready to slice their way in, Tony. They take it slow, take it easy here. But RMIT, they're ready to play a patient game. They will take aim at this one. Waiting around the corner. Netra taking a ton of damage into the diamond form there. Carbon Crush up front, trying to see if they can knock their opponents around the back there. Not going to be able to find much from it. Oh, Strange almost taken out. Will get done in by Air Ninja. Nicely done by our strategist there. And now this is an advantage QUT do not want to be faced with. They now are forced to pop the final judgment here. Good to play lines aside. If Force goes down, Juicy Good to lock that one in there. Big focus on the Aradet, but they will hold strong on the position. RMIT only getting 1 tick over the mission area.
Only 1 tick. And, well, unfortunately for QUT, sent packing now. Have to deal more damage here on the RMIT. Sorry, RMIT sent packing. They need to deal a little bit more damage. You see a few ultimates starting to come up. Rexy just got the fate of both worlds as well. Might need to see a little bit of a dive potentially on the QUT because they're just playing very stagnant, right? Aradet not going to be moving all too much here. Rage of Ultron coming through. Frame 1 once again from Tubesy as we expect. You want to see your strategists pop those aggressively. Fate of both worlds from Rexy immediately after. And then it's going to be Integer as well. Trading fates here. Shotgun it close. Ashtray's just on top of the Punisher from the side of RMIT. It's Psionic Seduction too. RMIT with the Amplifier, and this is their room to work with here now.
Yeah, this is their time to shine onto this one, Tony. Eternal Bond are going to be popped into this one. Smiles waiting patiently. Does have Strangling Prison at the ready. Might not even need it though. Smiles in deep trouble. Needs to play their lines of sight. Will be able to get through it eventually. Here we go. Strangling Prison up front there. Final Judgment going to be popped and dropped by Netra. What a reaction into that one. And they lock it down on a Fox as well. Juicy just barely escaping out of that fight, but the rest of their team are not so lucky. Ashtrays trying to see if they can test on to the Venom here. The freeze comes through and they will get Tuxie. One last stand and not going to happen. It's going to be Evorst popping them down with a shotty and taking the mission area.
That is so unfortunate. Aradet as well swapping to try and portal QUT back. And yeah, beautiful Strangling Prison. I didn't think I was going to get it. I saw the Strangling Prison come out, but the follow-up wasn't immediate there. So a second to breathe for Aradet and could have been pretty safe there. But unfortunately, RMIT were just able to lock back in when QUT caught themselves in a moment of dissonance. It's Ashtrays now, once again, floating around with his Hulk, feels at home. He is still on that hero selection. Juicy trying to get this damage and on towards the lower ground side of things on the backside. Vorst, though, be forcing him back a little bit. QUT just going to be charging up these ultimates. They need them right now. RMIT, they've got 2 to play with. Amp into Rage could be really, really catastrophic here. It's going to be Rage immediately. Tuxie once again. He's going to be dealt with by Juicy, though. Some great damage being chipped out here. Fate of both worlds. Netra, though, has found Aradet. Psionic Seduction on top of the Fate. It's going to be Tuxie forced towards the ground. End song goes bang. Juicy finding the fire that QUT need right now.
What a turnaround, getting 3 KOs for themselves and looking for more in the fadeaway here. Ninja in trouble, does manage to fall into the back line, so certainly a great response from QUT there. Now, pretty close to the Eternal Bond or to the next fight as well, so they still got tools at the ready here. If RMIT Black are able to stack things up and catch them in the right circumstance, though, this could be a big problem waiting to happen here. That Strangling Prison, I got my eyes front and center on that one, Tony.
Now, Strangling Prison from Smiles could be to the detriment of QUT into the success of RMIT, as we'll see Strangling Prison come out immediately as we talk about it. A little bit aggressive there on towards the Emma. And it's going to be Tuxie to finalize that one. Amplifier comes up with the Final Judgment. Amplifier is going to be broken by the Final Judgment of Aradet. Beautifully played there, getting the one onto Vorst as well, and Juicy now able to come alive here on the Phoenix because the space has been granted. And RMIT, they've only got a minute left here, Matt. QUT with a great fight there, just breaking that Amplifier. Aradet really coming to play.
Yeah, coming to play in a big, big way, Tony. Managing to find the angle onto the CYA and just shutting it out of play, so they aren't able to get the job done with CYA. A Final Judgment 2 times in a row. Aradet is ready this time. Will they be ready for the next thing ahead of them, though, which is going to be either the Rage or the Psionic Seduction? Need to find out, as Juicy is at the ready with their end song as well. Here we go. It's time for the Psionic Seduction, trying to zone them out. Rexy's caught. Oh no, this is devastating. They can't lose their strategists. They've lost 2 players, Tony. This could be exactly what they need to rip it apart. Juicy needs to stall or something for their team here, because they are in trouble.
Yeah, not now, not ever. Portal's gonna come from Griffin Doge, actually. Just got the right timing on it. Portal's gonna come out. And Song. The Hulk smash here. It is going to be Toogsy exiled there. Rage of Ultron shut down. Ashtrays perfectly. And now on towards the backline, juggling the Stratolish. It is going to be a Force taken too. And Song finds hand injury. And now RMIT are on the back foot. And they're bleeding for these KOs. You can see Gillies all the way in the back playing as a rocket does. Aradet with a shotgun. Overtime ticks and Toogsy forced the portal. RMIT aren't going to get through the portal. It's QUT coming out on top.
Oh my goodness. That was so close, Tony. And Ninja tried to pre-time the jump as well. You could see they were so keen to contest that one. But alas, after a hard-fought battle, it will be QUT rising up to claim a victory. 2-1 into this series, getting it done on Central Park. Oh my goodness. Juicy gonna be the one to take away the MVP there as well. Well done, well played.
Yeah, that was so close. RMIT, a fraction of a second for that portal to come earlier. QUT, we thought they were on the back foot, but they got the portal off and they were back in winning ways there. Aradet as well. MVP went to Juicy, but Aradet really performed there on that second one. And especially on the third as well. Really coming in their own on the Punisher. Fox, Rexy too. Some beautiful ultimates that answered anything that RMIT went for. And we saw time and time again, Toozy go for that Rage of Ultron early, and it didn't really have its impact, Matt.
Yeah, unfortunately not able to get as much impact as they were hoping for out of that one. So was to try and adapt the best they could, but just didn't matter. Didn't work out for them in any way, shape, or form there. Didn't even need the Devil Dino, Tony. Didn't even need it onto that portion. So, interesting to see. You know, the adaptability coming through there. They don't even need to play into what they protect outside of the Punisher there.
Yeah.
And it all worked out wonderfully. So, GG, well played onto the QUT side there. Very competitive bout, and yeah, everybody had their moment into that series.
Yeah, you can't really fault anyone, right? You know, Gillies with some great amps, and Ninja with some fedits that as well were matched by Rexy, so both sides with their Lunas really effective, and as well, both Punishers have to hold their heads high. Vorst and Aradet played really well. And Juicy, I have to give him credit, right, Matt? We saw on Domination, he got shut down so much in that first map, and able to kind of rally himself, regroup into those next two maps. A props to Juicy there. A really deserved MVP there on that final map.
Yeah, it was kind of like an uphill battle from the beginning there, Tony, wasn't it? And Juicy had their hiking boots on. They were ready to climb that mountain, and they managed to reach the top of the summit there. So, going to be happier days all around for QUT and Co. RMIT, close, but not close enough this time. But I'm sure they'll be back with a fiery vengeance next time they face. For now, though, everybody, we are going to be heading to a break while we get the next series set up. We'll be back very soon. Just you wait. Welcome back, everybody, to the AEL University Elite Series here for Marvel Rivals. It's Massey and That Tony coming at you with another series here today. But before we get into it, I want to say a big shout out to AGON by AOC, the #1 gaming monitor brand in the world. AGON by AOC provide best-in-class monitor solutions for gaming and all other needs.
And of course, as well, a big shout out to HyperX and Officeworks. Pair your game with the latest HyperX gear at Officeworks. Push performance to the limit with the latest in gaming tech, from high spec to precision gear. Officeworks has what you need.
Couldn't agree more. Much love to HyperX and Officeworks. Yeah. Much love to Indomie, the noodle partner, made with high quality ingredients, or high quality flour and selected ingredients and spices. A plate of Indomie mee goreng will certainly brighten up your day. Try any one of the flavors available today from your local grocer or at indomie.com.au. Big shout out to each and every single one of our sponsors. You know them, you love them, and we certainly appreciate them. But you know what else we appreciate? Our next series, Mon Mutants taking on Deacon.
And the Monash Mutants and Deacon. This should be a fun one, Matt. This is a little bit of a grudge match, at least for Monash Mutants, right? They want to get some wins on the board. They want to climb themselves up the standings. Wosh, Pikachu, Joji, Dixon 99, Wall, and Rin Lashida. And then for the side of Deacon, Matt, it's Rack M, Crispy Bread, Bumper Squid, Rollerball, Hero, and our Lord and Savior that we like to praise sometimes. It's JJ to round out the Deacon roster. Matt, this should be a fun one because this is, a lot of star-studded names here for that Monash Mutant side, but as well, Deacon, they've got a few individual stars of their own to play with.
Yeah, they got a few stars, Going to shoot for the stars and see how they go as Deacon. If there's a star you look for, it's JJ here to play, and ready to see if they can save the day and rollerball their way into this one, as Loki is going to be the first protector for Deacon this time. Interesting to see the shift in focus, I can't lie, Tony, but White Fox going to be the second ban out.
Yeah, White Fox being a ban here. Black Cat save here for Monash, man. I can see Joji hovering that one, and I am scared. I am very worried for Deacon. They're going to take away the Venom. Respectful ban, right? Monash Mutants, especially Monash Mutants of previous, used to play a ton of that Venom, so they're going to take away the Venom and the Cap. They don't want any 3-2-1s with that Black Cat coming through.
Yeah, they don't want to have any of that business, so White Fox now going to be able to play alongside the Black Cat, so very dangerous times ahead, I got to say. Matt is being banned away, though, so Deacon pretty locked in on their draft line here, and eager to see if they're going to make him hurt with the next protect here.
Yeah, this is going to be a one-sided White Fox or the Monash Mutant side. Mantis going to be banned here for Deacon. Cloak and Dagger probably going to be the save, respectable, right? Especially with how dive-centric the mutants want to play. Even if they, a few core components get taken away, they still probably going to play pretty dives. The Loki Cloak is pretty good for that anti-dive, and, Eternal Bond after Eternal Bond could be really good. Mutants, the final ban might be onto Daredevil. That's a little bit of an interesting one. I wasn't expecting it. With the fact that Deacon have, taken away all the mutants dive, I wasn't expecting mutants to ban dive themselves.
Yeah, it looks like they don't want to kind of deal with it, right? They want to have at least a few pieces available, but I'll take some of those pieces away all the same time. So, very eager to see how they will progress forward into the rest of the endeavor here, as Deacon are thinking about triple Vanguard. I have noticed this has been a possibility into some teams' compositions, but I don't know if they're going to dabble in it today, as their focus will shift over to the traditional 2-2-2 on the Deacon side. But Monash Mutants, they're going to be much the same, playing your tried and tested 2-2-2, ready to see what they can do here. I'm curious how Joji is going to combine with Dixon onto this one, though, Tony.
Yeah, this is a lot of explosive damage potentially here from Monash, right? Black Cat's a very versatile burst dive duelist here. Doesn't do a ton of damage, right? It's not like your Phoenix. It's not like your Star-Lord or even like your Punisher. But it's a lot of chip damage over time and a little bit of burst over time that is what they're after for Deacon. I kind of like this composition, right? The Devil Dino Punisher team up, and then as well you've got JJ to round it out with the solid Star-Lord. Cloak and Dagger is very effective as well at helping JJ out if he gets a little bit too deep. And, well, we're off to the races here. Mission vehicle to unlock in a little... sorry, mission area. No vehicle to unlock in a little bit. Joji already along the flank. Runes having to be extended here early from Deacon, but they do find that early KO.
Yeah, already looking to pop the regeneration domain there and managing to make 1 KO, even 2. So it's going to be a good from them, but they don't have control over the mission area yet. Monash Mutants are actually good to take aim at that one. Will be flipped straight back to Deacon, however, in the long run, but this gives Monash the time to bring their teammates a lot closer to them to regroup into the incoming fight here. They are still kept at a distance, so this does allow Deacon to build up a bit more percentage. Monash are trying their best to prod their way through, see if they can find some kind of an opening here, but it does prove difficult when they're kind of stuck in this corridor right now.
Yeah, they're going to have to fight their way out. Joji, a quick KO there on to JJ. He's going to be dashing forward onto Rackham, collecting those coins and building up that stack. Joji with a Quadra, looking for his Penta too, not going to be given it. Dixon will steal it away. Percentage builds for Deacon, but Joji showing us that the Black Cat is here to play and pounce.
Yeah, good quad there. Moving on to more, and the Black Cats are here to play. Almost ready for the calling card as well. Need to see that one come into action in a second. They are just going to hold a position for the time being. Deacon trying their best to spread their reach. Bumper Squid coming out from the top here. See if they can pop their way in. Going a bit of a Devil Beast rampage, perhaps, as Hulk Smash comes out. Responded to twofold. Strategy assaults coming out on both sides. And nobody will be able to catch anything as yet. Here we go. It's JJ's time for the Galactic Legend. A double pop on the Monash side as well, though. They do catch Rackham, so that's a worthy KO, because it means they can't respond with the God of Mischief there, and they will be forced out of the fight consecutively. So well done from the Monash Mutants, managing to commit a lot of pieces to that fight, but they do come out on top.
It's so interesting, right? Looking at this one, Wosh and Joji going to be playing hand in hand with the dive characters, and Deacon, they try to take so many of them away. Venom Cap were taken out of commission here, but he's still got the Hulk. You've still got Joji Black Cat here, and you've got Aya Agamotto on the entire team. The Devil Dino from Bumper Squid trying to make something happen, but Joji's all over them once again. It's another Quadra from Joji. No Penta, of course, going to be thought about, because Deacon have to come out of their spawn still. He's going to be Final Judgment here from Rollerball to try and get them out. JJ pushing forward here. And the Mutants, they can just walk back, man. Monash aren't really all too scared of that judgment.
No, they're ready to be judged onto this one, and they're going to lay down some judgment of their own, it would seem. Joji at the ready, calling card coming out right now and trying to stack up the damage in their favor. Rackham is good with the Eternal Bond off the God of Mischief though, but in the meanwhile, JJ has fallen. Good trade from Bumper Squid onto Pikachu. Dixon going down as well here, so Deacon actually finding the upper hand here against all odds. Joji still fighting, still clawing away at this one. Rackham does go down in the meanwhile, so Monash can steal the momentum back if the need requires here, and they might just do it, Tone. They're zoning him out piece by piece, playing into the exile there, and looking to get it done in style. Well done to Monash.
Yeah, wow. That's the hours being put in. That's mastery of Black Cat. We didn't get to see it in our, of course, last university competition last term, last week. You know, it wasn't available last week. We had a little bit of a week off, and the week before that wasn't even in the game, Matt. So yeah, Joji's been putting in the hours, especially, you know, as a hardworking university student finds the time to grind out the Black Cat, it would seem. Deacon, they're going to be swapping some things up. JJ going to be on towards the Namor. They're going to be bringing out Moon Knight 2. Probably trying to hold a little bit more AoE space, but for Mutants it works, so they're not going to really change anything on their side.
Yeah, not looking to make too many grand changes this time around. There's still going to be ample time for more to come, though. Deacon, I'm curious how they'll go with the Moon Knight as well as the Namor here. I don't know if it's the solution, but it's certainly a shift in direction here. Whether it works is going to be tested, and yeah, color me curious into this one, Tony.
Yeah, this is a curious little spot here. Roll the ball. Maybe try and poking towards the back line here. Whoosh. And ducking. Weaving through. It's the ability of a good Hulk is how fluently they're moving, how quickly they're moving too. Hard to hit a Hulk when he's doing all of that, and you can see invisible boundary forced to be used. Hulk smash coming out here from Whoosh as well towards the backside. Maelstrom though finds Wild, so you're gonna have to use the Fate of Both Worlds once that boundary goes down. A lot of ultimates being extended here by the Monash Mutants, and Deacon are still fighting for it on even territory.
Ooh, Agamotto coming out up front here. Bumper Squid ready. Get down to business. Pikachu now bringing out the Sonic Seduction as well. We'll catch some of them in their rays. Rackham in trouble, and more to follow. It's a big stack up from Monash Mutants, and they will be able to take control with ease.
Yeah, very easy fight for the mutant side of things, and Pikachu. We don't get to see the amount from Pikachu all too often, but it's not a bad one. Normally you see him on the Strange, of course, with the Invis team-up that we've seen from mutants throughout this competition so far. Deacon will be trying to take up on towards the far right high ground here. They've already forced out the runes, though. Rackham needs to probably hold those for a little bit of a later play in the piece. Calling card going to come through here for Joji. With that Faultine Orb does have all of the wall hack available. Endsong on top of the entire team. It's Dixon doing all the damage, and Joji's just here. The cleanup crew with a calling card, and it's a Quadra from Joji. That's his third one on this map alone, Matt. He is on fire right now tonight.
Yeah, big quad farming onto this one. It's Joji time all day long. Deacon trying to play into the Chains team up to see if they can chain Joji. It's going to be Joji Unchained when they're done with them all over again, Tone. So, going to see how they'll zone them out of this endeavor, as Joji is already going to run it around the back line there. Khonshu coming out into this one and not going to be able to do too much with it. Just clear some space.
Yeah, clearing some space. Joji using that Helm of Hades to get on top of the entire team. Just goes invis. A Psylocke player, but it is in the form of the Black Cat. He's going to be anti onto Bumper Squid. Pushed away there by Pikachu. Now, there's still a full frontal approach here for the Monash Mutants. They're up to 90%, and they're not letting up. They're not letting Deacon walk anywhere out of their spawn. It is going to be Whoosh as well, with the Fate of Both Worlds coming through from Rin. It is Deacon sent packing, sent back to their spawn, and sent out of Celestial Husk. Mat dominance being extended here from the Monash Mutant side.
Dominance on domination. I can't think of anything more fitting, Tony. Well done, well played to the Monash Mutants onto this one. They are going to be very happy with that result there. A good start coming out from them and theirs, and Joji getting a well-deserved MVP onto this one. Very interested to see how things will further progress deeper on into the piece here, as Joji slips away with 19 finals out of that one.
Yeah.
My goodness, just an absolute final farmer.
Yeah, especially that last quad, right, Matt? Dixon got all of the soften up KOs there with the end song, and he got 2 for himself, and then Joji kind of collected on the scraps. So, well, Joji, whether or not it's deserved MVP, of course, with Dixon soften up, he played well. We're capping here. Joji played super well. Mutants, that was just coordinated play. Whoosh, Pikachu felt really in tune there with the Vanguards there. Just Whoosh all over with Joji there, diving. Rin as well with Wild, just kind of keeping everybody healthy. Dixon, again, he ends with top damage for this mutant side, even though Joji was finding all of those finals and those KOs. It was lights out performance there from Mutants on Celestial Husk. Had a 6-minute game, a very quick one. Deacon, yeah, maybe we have to ban Black Cat. Maybe that's a thought process now running through their mind.
Yeah, like there was a focus towards the White Fox, but clearly the Black Cat still able to make some big impacts as well. I mean, one and the same, like, it goes to play into what I was talking about earlier into the evening, where Black Cat and Daredevil are kind of interchangeable there, and the fact that Joji was able to do all that on Black Cat makes me even more terrified of what Joji could have done on Daredevil.
Yeah, well, mutants actually were the ones to ban Daredevil. That's why I was so confused. Like, mutants banning Daredevil? Okay, you know, Deacon play a little bit of Daredevil themselves, but yeah, for the side of Deacon, an unfortunate start here in the series. But of course, you know, it's still a ton of maps to play for. We will, of course, go to Convoy and then Convergence if we need a third map. And, well, for Deacon, a lot of things going to have to be adapted here in the ban draft. They targeted Wosh there with that Venom and Cap, and it didn't really pay off. Wosh is like, well, I've just got like a third Dive Vanguard. There's too many Dive Vanguards. Angela's still left in the piece, even if they take away the Hulk. So, yeah, Wosh being a flexible player really comes to the success here of Monash.
Yeah, the flexibility going to pay dividends time and time again there. Unfortunately, no Angela. Probably never again this season anyway. But maybe another day, you know. I'd love to see it. Maybe, you know, they're in the Vanguard graveyard for now, so to speak. But they'll be resurrected when the time comes. You know, it's like how Cap's now back in focus. They had their time out of play. Now they're back. Maybe we see Thor come back, you know, bigger way. That'd be nice. That'd be nice. Speaking of what would be nice, Tony, we've seen basically everything come back tonight. We've seen Torch, Spider-Man, Black Panther, we've seen it all. But you know what we are going to see again? Yggdrasil Path for our Convoy map.
A fun one. I like Yggdrasil. It's a cool map aesthetically. Beautiful one to look at, even if you are on the losing side of a strong attack side. You go into ban draft, Matt, and Gambit's probably going to be first from both sides. No surprise there. It just feels like, you know, both teams handshaking that one. I'd like to see a little bit of a different one where we maybe leave Gambit for later on in the piece, but you know, all these teams, especially all of the experienced players, you know, we speak about JJ's prowess, the JFT guys as well, Joji, Wosh as well. A few of them, just a ton of competitive experience across the board. They know that Gambit's quite a hard thing to deal with. They're going to be seeing the Luna taken away here. Is an interesting adaptation here from the Monash Mutants. They don't want to have to deal with that one. Mantis, yeah, gets taken away. Loki, of course, still going to be a prio here, especially with the fact that Mantis has been drawn attention to. Why Fox save here for Deacon this time?
Yeah, going to be good one to come through there. Obviously, not going to be able to take full advantage of it with the Luna Band there, denying the team up. And we'll see a bit more where that came from with the Mantis taken away on both sides. Phoenix now going to be a problem taken out of play as well here, so not going to be able to utilize that, but Joji ain't even thinking about it. Dixon might have been. Joji ain't. They're going to have Cap available, Black Cat available, Daredevil available for now. Well, yep, forever. No Luna, though, on either side.
Yeah, no Luna for either team. That's an interesting one because, yeah, now this White Fox save gets null and void if you Deacon. For Mutants, they're not too worried about it. There's still a lot of great strategists left up. We can see, of course, Invis not being like a ban prior at all for either side. We saw a lot of Invis bans and locks for the last two series, so Invis kind of flying under the radar this time is a little bit of an interesting change of tune, especially as well. Getting that Cap save here for Mutants is good for Wosh. And yeah, Daredevil, not a thought in Deacon's mind right now. Gonna be banning Namor. Okay. They're taking away JJ's Namor as the final ban?
Yeah,
maybe fearing the impact of that one. Not going to be able to use it this time around. What we are seeing, though, is a shift in focus towards the Devil Dinosaur this time for Wosh. You have the Rocket coming out, Black Cat on deck as well, Star-Lord. So, again, very mobile composition coming out from the Monash side here. Excited to see what they can do. Excited to see how they can break through into this one, Tony. And Deacon, I don't know how they overcome this one.
Yeah, it's interesting. Elsa getting let through, especially, you know, how much we saw Elsa be ban draft priority for a lot of teams in MRI, MRC last season, even, you know, season 7, of course, when Elsa was probably at her best. And yeah, it feels weird that Elsa's kind of let through now a lot of the time. Elsa used to be good, still kind of good, doesn't really feel too bad to play, but for Deacon, going to be playing into the Adam as well. Here we're going to be bringing that one towards the play. JJ Magic. Dixon, though, with the Punisher combination with the Rocket. Really good at setting up some explosive ultimates there with the Amplifier and the Final Judgment.
Yeah, going to be a lot that they can do with those tools there, Tone. But for now, just going to be trying their best. Push their way up. See if they make use of the Living Bullet there. And trying to brush past Monash Mutants. But for now, they're playing the line of sight to a T. You know, Wosha just taking the brunt of the damage here. Ooh, maybe taking a little bit too much, but Pikachu is more than happy to slip on through the cracks there.
Yeah, they're able to slip through with Joji as well, collecting Rollerball just when all attention's drawn to Wosh. Eyes are off Pikachu, and they'll secure another quick KO there with the primary fire. Dixon. It's a very cinematic shot of him. We get like a little third person behind the back here. Just dishing out a ton of damage. This feels like, you know, like a little bit of a drone cam.
Yeah, I kind of like the views here. Big shout out to our observer today, capturing some of the unique angles here. Always love to see it, and need to see more where that came from as Joji will catch JJ, so no more magic into the play here. Let's see if they can slip over the top on to another Pikachu. Ooh, almost catching a KO on to Rollerball there, but not today. Joji, look at that. They're looking for their prey, Tony. They're ready.
Gonna be hanging out in the wall. Gonna be waiting a little bit. BRB brings Wosh back, and well, Final Judgment is immediately gonna be popped. Frame one that Dixon brings it out. BRB bringing Wosh back to play here. We're looking for just one KO there with that Final Judgment, but JJ actually able to secure a quick KO on a Pikachu, and he's going to be Wosh now walking up with the Stampede, and unfortunately going to be taken out. Amplifier comes out from Rin. It feels a little bit late, but Joji is at least able to stabilize here. Dixon as well, they don't need their Vanguards. Joji's more than capable to wield the front line, and Rin with the machine gun finding Bumper. And Deacon. That's 2 minutes off of the clock and 2 minutes left, Matt.
Ooh, not much time to spare at all. We'll see who will rise to the challenge onto this one, though. Pikachu. Meteor at the ready if things get a bit uncomfortable. Not going to have to use it just yet, though, Deacon. They got a few tools as well they can utilize. The Strangling Prison into the Final Judgment there. Looks like the Final Judgment's going to be the first thing popped, though. Pikachu tries their best to deal with it. Not going to get much from it at all. Will be able to catch Bumper Squid, though, so that's a worthy beginning. But still, JJ gets nothing in the end of that one. I surely thought they were close, but they will at least get Wosh at the end.
Yeah, I thought for sure you'd find Pikachu, and, well, unfortunately not. It seems that Pikachu's able to walk out pretty healthy in that engagement, using the environment to not get KO'd there. Secure themselves in a pretty good spot. Mutants only letting 36 meters fly from Deacon right now. A lot of ultimates up here. Kraken Impact, and JJ's getting desperate. He's swapped over to Black Cat too. It's going to be a Black Cat off here. Matt, JJ, how much work have you put in? Because we know what Joji's already put in. We're seeing Kumiho potentially here for Rakima as well to try and get them forward. Bumper Squid trying to pull Joji in. Dixon has found JJ in the process, and Joji, he's able to slip out. Gets all the healing from the strategist, and Joji's still in fighting form.
Still fighting, still are going to be clawing away. Calling card at the ready if required, but they might not even need it, Tony. 20 seconds, their dream could come true. Joji already prepared to get that flank on. Kumiho unleashed from Rackham here, so they're desperately trying to fight a way through this one. They may yet get held at bay. Here we go. Devil Beast Rampage, Final Judgment, Kraken Impact, Strangling Prison, all ults online except the calling card. Speak too soon. There it is. Agamotto at the ready from Bumper Squid. Will they pop it? They will. Drop it in and get some KOs, but it's Monash Mutants getting all the KOs with the Seer, and they are going to say, see you later to this round, Tony. Wow, what a defense from Monash!
Yeah, see you later, Deacon. What do you have for us now on your defense side? 36 meters is all that Deacon got in that one. Monash Mutants, really solid hold there, and it's the credit. I think the Vanguards, once again, right? We look at Joji, cool quad. Yeah, Joji's doing Joji things. But, like, the Vanguards, Matt, Pikachu, the fact that he hid behind the wall there in that, previous engagement really kept that front line alive there for Monash Mutants and really kind of kept Deacon at bay.
Yeah, they did a great job, didn't they, Tony? Like, I really was impressed with the established presence from Whoosh there, but with them being a point of focus, it was nice that Pikachu was able to slip through some KOs around the side of things, while all eyes were at front and center on the Devil Dino. Magneto came to play all over again, so it's a good well-oiled machine coming into this one. But speaking of a well-oiled machine, Tony, Deacon are adapting their approach as well. JJ bringing out the Black Cat this time around. Rackham on the White Fox. They got their own Devil Dino. They're bringing out Penny, of all things. Rollerball going to be on the Moon Knight also, Tony. So they are really changing things up here.
I mean, it's getting really worrisome if, you have to bring out the Penny, especially on defense, right? It's the best character, the best hero for it, but, like, it gets really, really worrisome. We're going to be seeing We're going to be seeing Widow. Yeah, from Joji. All right, I respect it. Black Widow from Joji. He's taking some shots. Space is already taken up here. It is just going to be Whoosh and Pikachu walking forward as the Vanguard duo. And both beams coming out. JJ's already fallen in the interim. JJ trying to Joji trying to find a shot towards the backline. The strategist having a dodge, duck, and weave here because shots and the pressure's coming in. Dixon still walking forward. They are finding these KOs. Oh, there we go. He's found a shot. Look at him a little bit.
Ooh. Playing for the vibes, and they're going to be able to get a KOs online. So well done. Joji there looking for more around the corner. They will not get the chance. It's going to be a clean pursuit from the Monash Mutants into this one. GG, well played. Deacon are left stranded.
Left stranded and, well, I mean, maybe trapped on Yggdrasil path. MVP goes to Joji. Probably not MVP performance on the Widow, but, that Black Cat still a very threatening form there for Deacon, and they tried to match it, right? JJ tried to go tit for tat with Joji, and we didn't get to really see it have its full effect because Deacon just didn't get that mission vehicle pushed as far forward on that attack, so we didn't get to see too many fights out of them on that defense. You can't really discredit them, Matt, though. That was just Monash playing on another level tonight.
Yeah, they elevated themselves absolutely out of this world, Tony. They dropped in like a Meteor M onto this one and absolutely brought in their A game. So very impressed with how they've adapted around the new season and how they've adapted as a team. You see 0 casualties on half their team there. There's a big reason for that. Poor Whoosh, the pin cushion of the team, taken out 3 times there. But alas, the rest of the team managed to keep things up.
Yeah, no, the rest of them staying out of harm's way. Rin and Weil, we'll see our praises about Joji, Dixon, Whoosh, Pikachu, but the strategists here, Rin and Weil, really playing effectively, just playing out of lines of sight and all the way towards the back line. And nothing really Deacon could do to shut down that source of healing that was coming through from the Monash Mutants. And, well, maybe need to see a little bit more work. Maybe JJ needs to put some more hours in the Black Cat, and we'll see Deacon come back in resurgent form probably going into next week.
Yeah, might need a soul resurgence to bring themselves forward here, Tony, but going to be still, decent showing, I'd say. Deacon certainly showing some of the energy that they are able to bring into the mix there. Unfortunately, not able to showcase their full potential. But that's going to be A-OK, isn't it? And speaking of A-OK, we are going to be through our third series there. We are onwards to the next one right on the other side of this break, everybody. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back with it soon. welcome back, everybody, to AEL University Elite Series. Matsu 2 Top 30 coming at you with another one around. We're circling our way through into UNSW Raw, taking on Macquarie Crimson. Who will take this one out? We'll find out on the other side of the time stream, because here's our players.
Here's the rosters for UNSW Raw. It's Frost, Runk, Lick, Resh, Nuva, and Yu Wang. And for the side of Macquarie Crimson, it's Butter, Lil Curry, SRG, Hypel, Raremosaurus, man, I won't mess that up this time, and Mero to round out the Macquarie Crimson side. And this should be a fun one. As we always allude to, the university competition has a stacked talent of teams, stacked talent of players here. And this one's going to be no different. We go to Burn into T'Challa again here for domination between these two.
Do they already have a Lord Devil Dinosaur, Tony?
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Yeah, wow.
That's the first thing I noticed. That's diabolical. I'm completely thrown off by that. No wonder they want to protect it first. Macquarie locked in.
Yeah, that's kind of crazy. Lil Curry gonna be on the Devil Dino, I imagine. I don't think he's gonna give that up to anyone on his team. And yeah, for both sides, of course, Gambit once again. We don't get to see anything experimental in the ban phase. Rocket gonna be taken away here for UNSW Raw. We're actually seeing a lot of Rocket prio as of late, either picked or banned in the ban drafts for most of these games tonight.
Yeah, a lot of focus shifting back towards Rocket. Just feels like the times of old have returned into the sun here. So, great to see things shifting direction. Could see the double-sided Rocket ban, but maybe not. Macquarie, you're thinking about another hero, it would seem. So, could actually see a single-sided Rocket onto this one, which is almost terrifying if Macquarie let that one in. Speaking of, there you go. Going to be trading out the duelists there. So no Punisher, no Phoenix. Oh, and they're actually going to get the Protect on to the Punisher here.
Yeah, Punisher and Devil Dino for UNSW Raw. For the side of Macquarie Phoenix, knowing that they're also going to be playing into the Devil Dino, they want to take away that Phoenix. Very hard one to deal with if you're the Devil Dino player. And hard one to, I guess, heal up as well if you're the strategist here for the likes of Macquarie. So they're going to get that one-sided invis coming through to counteract as well that one-sided Punisher that came through from UNSW Raw. White Fox, final ban here. Raw with some pretty stock standard bans, right? Taking away a lot of what's good at the moment and kind of securing a lot of what's good. Frost's going to be hovering onto the Devil Dino. We're going to be seeing Lick, Jeff here, of course. We know what Lick's capable of with that one.
We certainly do, and Lick are going to be doing many a great thing with that one. I am certain of that. Absolutely certain of that. But Lick's not the only one that's great with Jeff, Tony.
True.
Runk is pretty amazing on the Jeff as well. I mean, Runk has been very well known as a top-notch Jeff player in their time. It looks like they are going to be shifting focus, not playing this composition, you would think. But no, I wouldn't put it past them.
Yeah, I wouldn't put it past them either. I feel like, Frost is pretty comfortable in Devil Dino. And Lick Punisher is not that's the weird part to me. Yu Wang, Daredevil, Lick Punisher is like the outliers for me. Runk Black Panther, in a world, Runk plays a lot of different things, so it's not too out of pocket. But yeah, Yu Wang, Daredevil, and Lick Punisher, they're going to be walking out, mate. I don't see the changes yet, unless they're trying to bait. No, they're walking out with this one. This is the composition.
I think Nuva's going to be playing a bit of a flank Luna as well, or a more damage-centric Luna onto this one. Looking like some of our famous duelist players around the region, so keen to see how that one plays out for Nuva and co here, as Lick will be taking aim, playing into the Primal Judgment team up there, and already looking to deal some devastation on to this one. Speaking of Raremosaurus, healing up the Saurus, and now going to be holding on tight.
Yeah, it feels like Raremosaurus should be the one on the Devil Dino. It only feels fitting.
Yeah.
Lick gonna be grabbed up and spat out there, but Nuva and Rash actually going to be the ones securing the KOs. As you said, Nuva going to be playing this one a little bit more duelist heavy. And he's going to secure a double KO. It is going to be Yu Wang as well. Point captured here for UNSW Raw. And is Nuva just going to sit in the front line, trying to get in the way of Macquarie as they try and walk out here?
Yeah, trying to be a bit of an obstacle, it would seem, playing to stall out some time under this one, and on such a mobile character, don't blame them. For now, though, they are going to see Macquarie try their best to prime up. You Wang the one, though, take an aim at it, and will be able to game the system with their team. They're absolutely shutting them down piece by piece here. So, well played for UNSW there. We'll be able to clean up house.
Yeah, pretty easy fight for UNSW Raw, and they're just kind of hanging out. Frost and, of course, Lick will be partnering up there once again. They're going to be sitting in the corner. They're actually going to walk past the entire front line there. When have you seen a Devil Dino and Punisher do this? Going to just walk in towards the backside of things. Don't even have to deal with Lil Curry. He's the last one that they're going to have to take care of. At least they find Lick, but oh, the rest of UNSW Raw all over it, Matt. Yu Wang and Runk gonna be also pretty comfortable in this duelist role. I was gonna like that. They're not getting tested too crazily just yet, but all things considered, they're wielding these characters pretty well.
Yeah, they're well equipped for the battle ahead of them, and much like what we are going to be seeing from Macquarie soon. My eyes are on Mero with the Eternal Bond online in just a second here.
Hyper low.
I feel like they're going to be able to enable their team. Hyper going to be low, and the show will close. So, curtains on that first capture point there. Macquarie unable to contest them, but doesn't mean they won't be looking to contest them into the Stellar Spaceport in a second.
Yeah, that was interesting. I guess for Macquarie, it's kind of like you have to check your corners, because we saw Frost and Lick just sit in that corner and, well, didn't really get all too much punishment there. It's crazy that Frost and Lick can do that in the face of the entire Macquarie side. There was nobody really else to follow up. Resh was playing a little bit further back, but you know, your Jaff wants to be safe in the mix of things. And now is that Iron Man from? It's Iron Man from UA. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
He's back. Getting ready for the next Avengers in-game event, Tony.
Yeah.
Path to Doomsday.
Path to Doomsday. I'm excited. I'm
Me too.
Keen to see what they
Age
they
of
bring out.
Ultron's coming up. You know, so
Yeah.
keen for that.
Hey, maybe some Ultron buffs. He already feels strong at the moment, so hey, maybe I'm getting a little bit.
Oh, Rez is getting a bit ahead of themselves here.
Silent Jeff ult?
No, this is the setup for the flank, Tony. They need to get there faster.
Oh, okay. I've been too TikTok pilled, Matt. I've seen too many Jeff silent ults from Spawn, right? And that's what I was thinking. But yeah, that's probably a lot more what they're up to right now. Final Judgment coming through from Lick, and that's the strategist and the entire backline just gone, deleted like that from Lick.
Yeah, it looks like Thanos has joined the server there, snapping them away, ready to play. Mero are going to be on a focus right now. Does have the Eternal Bond at the ready, so can enable their team here, should the need arise, but they just need to find the right position. Speaking of, it's going to be Rongo trying their best to divide them. Oh, the pulse cannon is blocked there. So really well done by them and theirs. Lick, though, not going to be so forgiving. Runk one and the same will be able to wipe things up comfortably.
That's Lord Black Panther from Runk.
Hey, mate, he's the GOAT.
Yeah, we spoke about his Jeff. We speak about how flexible of a player Runk can be, and definitely wasn't expecting Lord BP here. But for Macquarie, they're going to have to really regather themselves. They've opted to go for the thing for the anti-dive, and rightfully so there. It does deal with Lick pretty perfectly. Lil Curry as well, stampeding around here, dishing up all the damage on the Frost. And Macquarie, they've found their footing in. They've found themselves a way to secure those KOs, and the point will be theirs.
Yeah, they will be able to commit their ultimates into the fight there, find the exact path forward they were searching for, and at long last they will be able to get some results. So Macquarie, they didn't commit everything to that either. They still have more they can play with. The dance floor is available, Order Proteus, Kraken Impact. Things are looking good. UNSW Raw, though, with its Jeff around the corner, can destabilize them in a big way. They're just playing from a distance for now, and here we go. Rez taking aim at it, ready to try and capture as many as they can, and they will not get anything.
Yeah, gets 2 for his team. Nothing there, unfortunately, with the It's Jeff. We're going to be seeing Order Proteus coming out from SRG. That was a quick swap up onto the Namor. And it pays off. It shuts run count. Now Macquarie, again, fighting on this mission vehicle, fighting on this mission area, and they will push it forward. Hyper on this. Bucky as well is pretty good at dealing with the anti-dive Final Judgment coming through. In comes Lick trying to do something here with the Punisher. He's going to get shut down by Raramosaurus. Cracking impact here from Hyper. It gets shut down by Frost. Both airborne players getting shut out when they try to make a play. Frost now has kidnapped the enemy Devil Dino. And it's not really doing all too much. Not a lot of follow-up damage from the rest of Raw. And the Buddy Barrier actually going to be keeping Frost safe for the moment. No run down Macquarie, actually.
Yeah, we'll be able to run a marathon towards that one. And looking for more around the corner. Hyper at least able to catch Lick on the fadeaway there. So at least it's something. I don't know if it's going to be everything. Runk's actually changed up to Hella now as well, Tony. So we're just kind of playing, you know, pick the hero and or hero randomizer and hope for the best.
Yeah, just picking everything and see what works. Gonna be Invincible Pulse cannon there from Ewing in front of everybody from Macquarie. Risky play, but it pays off. He's able to fly away to safety. Macquarie now do have the space though, and they are gonna take towards the low ground. Frost, I believe, is probably going for a portal here. It feels a little bit unnecessary. They still have the percentage building for themselves for the moment. Nuva finding Hypel. Eternal Bond on towards mission area. Yeah, they're waiting. Oh, that's a portal combat from front. Okay, I was like, is he portaling back to point? That just feels so unnecessary, and maybe a little bit BM. But he gets the portal way off of the inbound areas. It's environmental KO. It will be, of course, Macquarie back on the point. Thing is here, Blair's looking to wrong the rights. Nuva Fader both worlds. Yu Wang finds Blair, and that is going to be UNSW Raw. The most interesting Bernard to Charlotte taking it home.
Unique.
Yeah.
Very unique map there. And I'm excited for what's coming next. That felt like a whole endeavor in of itself. But there's more to come, everybody. The show's just getting started. Nuva going to be able to take away the MVP on that one. So the more damage-centric Luna is going to be the star of the show. Love to see that one going into flight mode there as they take out 15 finals, Tony.
Wow.
An absolute final merchant. They got the most KOs in the game. That's insane. Nuva's gone crazy.
That's still Luna right there. That's still Luna. 6k healing. Maybe a few more claps across the side there. It's all right. It's all right. You see 6k, Resh did 12. UNSW Raw, that was interesting. It felt reminiscent of my ranked games, man. The 1-3-2. Somehow paying off. I mean, like, to credit Lick, Runk, and Yu Wang, they all put up some good numbers. 12 final hits for Lick, 10 for Yu Wang, 29 limbs as well for Yu Wang. I can't discredit the triple duelist lineup here from UNSW Raw. They all really held their mark.
Yeah, they held their own. They managed to give it their best into this one, and they were well composed. Got to give a hand to them there. And very keen to see what is cooking into map 2, Tony. This series is feeling rather confusing, I gotta say. But we're going through this journey together.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting one. Hopefully for the other side, right? Lil Curry, I didn't mind the Daredevil. The Devil Dino. It was pretty good.
Either.
Yeah, the Lord Icon's cool to see too. It has a little bit of aura to it. I want to see that guy. I want to see Champion Devil Dino, man. That would be That'd be a ton of aura.
That'll be tough. That'll be so tough. Love to see it. And, oh my goodness. It looks like we have a word on our next map, everybody. It's the JFT special. We're going to Araco.
Oh my god.
Only fitting that Frost is here.
Yeah, only fitting that Frost is here, and only fitting that we saw that Angela pick come out from him just in the interim of the last one there on Domination. Matt, you said Angela isn't great, especially against the Devil Dino.
Tony, what's this first ban?
Is that Scarlet Witch?
Yes.
That's the wrong redhead. UNSW Raw,
That's the wrong number.
We good. We good. That's the wrong...
They're dialed into this one, and Gambit's going to break through for the first time all season.
Oh my god. Alright.
We're going different directions, Tony. This is a whole new special episode.
Yeah, these are target bans, baby.
We got the best protects in the business right here, Tony. Spider-Man. No, it's dual pull. I respect it. They're bringing out the big guns, Tony. They're giving them full freedom.
This is confidence, baby, for UNSW Raw. That's the only way I could aptly describe it is confidence. They don't need bans, I guess, or like they're banning respectable characters. Maybe fantastic. I don't know about Scarlet. I don't think Scarlet's a ban-worthy one at the moment. For Macquarie, free Gambit pick. They'll take it. Devil Dino ban, DD ban as well. So both DDs not going to be in the mix this time around. But okay, UNSW, they might be back. Just a few questionable first bans and locks, but Rocket's a suitable one. Yeah,
they've shifted direction from this point forward. But now they're going right back to their origins. Our friendly neighborhood Spider-Man is back on deck. And only fitting, So Spider Noir is coming soon, Tony. I'm eager to see that one in action. Curious if there'll be a costume in game to associate with that. I think that'd be only fitting.
Pretty cool.
But maybe not. We are seeing the Invis Protector coming through from Macquarie. So going to be happy to deliver that one gracefully. One more ban for UNSW. Who's it gonna be, Tony? One last opportunity.
Devil Dino.
Nah.
If it's not Devil Dino, I'm gonna be confused.
Well, it's Squirrel Girl. So stay confused, Tony.
Yeah. I don't want to say it.
You might need some assistance after this matchup. That's all I'm saying.
I need the insight from Raw ASAP if we can get them on the line.
You need the Celestial Codex to decode this matchup.
Yeah. Okay, they are going to play the dual pool. Okay, look, respect. They lock the dual pool. They're going to play it.
They're going to play Scarlet, perhaps?
Yeah.
They're thinking about it.
They're
not revealing their cards till the last moment here. I kind of love it.
They're keeping us guessing. Whereas, like Macquarie, they've got this is a great comp. Going to be putting Gambit Invis, a tried and trusted strategist duo through for the works here. Where Iron Man? Iron Man against Iron Man, potentially. Nope. No, but don't you dare. Don't you dare. Don't you dare.
Do it. Come on, Nuba. Bring it out. You know you want a best hero in the game. And they're going to be here.
In slow-mo?
Oh, yeah.
In slow-mo? Hold up.
We are going to be doing the best we can under this one. Looking to hold it down, lock it in.
A little bit of aura.
Before we get into this one, everybody, we're going to be taking it slow and speeding it right up. We had so much aura, we just needed to watch it in slow-mo. But now we're back in action, everybody.
The Observer did that one for you, Matt. He saw the Hawkeye, and he's
That's
like, I'm going to slow this one down. We go quick now. All right.
Yeah, we're quick to the draw. Love that guy. And very keen to see how things go when we jump into the flow of things, Tony. You know, sometimes you just gotta go fast.
I saw some different things there. I saw you weighing on Loki. I don't think I've ever seen that.
Ever seen that?
No.
Well, there's a first for everything today, Tony.
Frost on Iron Man 2? Oh, yeah, there's
Yeah.
a first for everything here for UNSW Raw.
Yeah, I love it. I love it. I'm gonna love what these teams are gonna bring. I'm hopeful for Macquarie.
Yeah.
I'm very hopeful.
I mean, they get Gambit. They
This
get
is their
Gambit
chance.
Invis. They get Gambit. They go one-sided Gambit. They get Gambit Invis. Like, this is raw.
This is a golden feast.
It's a golden opportunity for Macquarie to bring it across the line here and take us to a third potentially.
Yeah. I'm so ready for this. I'm so ready for this. I'm keen to see what they cook up out of this one, you know? I think it's going to be the bestest thing ever. But be the bestest thing ever. We are going to be jumping into the game right now, everybody.
Loki?
Yep. Oh, yeah. Looks like we're gonna get things fixed up in a second here, everybody. We're gonna head to a quick break while we get that sorted. We'll be back in game in a second, though. Don't go anywhere.
Maximum pulse!
We'll have to keep fighting until we have a winner.
Suppose that helped.
Better stop that vehicle. Only 60 seconds left.
Again! Maximum pulse! The powers of might!
Keep fighting until we have a winner.
Game is never full!
The current score is 0-2-2. Time to switch things up, including which side you're on. You'll need a top-notch team to win this one. Seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Wow, Emma!
Only a million. I spent half of Jenny's boots alone. Smart is in the wrong line of work. I fought on your side.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
locked in, I guess. You know, we saw Frost go back to the Vanguard. We saw a lot of them default back to their same roles that they're known for, but Blake stuck it out. He was the only one that stuck it out in the dual pool, and
Yeah.
props to him. That dual pool did a ton of like upfront damage. I wasn't expecting that from Lick at all.
Yeah, they put up the hard yards there, Tony. You know, that they decided they're sick of playing strategist all the time.
Yeah.
It's their time to
Isn't it?
get angry and play duelist that they were destined to be. So very impressed with how they managed to hold their own onto that one. But speaking of holding your own, as a result of holding your own, we get to take a look at how our teams did fare.
Yeah, of course, we'll check out the league play for match day 5 here. And first page, of course, it was a 2-0 to UNSW Raw over UCID. Monash Mutants taking a 2-0 over Deacon. RMIT Red losing to RMIT Black 2-0. And then we saw QUT taking a 2-0 over the UNSW How.
Yeah, solid results coming through from all of our universities there. You know, lots of 2s, lots of 0s, and more heroes. But things started to change when it came into this part of the results. Yeah, not towards the top end, though. We saw 2-0s for Macquarie taking on Monash Maniacs there. Same for UTS and Swinburne. But the change came from Adelaide University and Macquarie Crimson. 2-1 in that endeavour there. So going all the way down to the wire. But Tony, what a way to get through. And there was more.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. More results for you. 2-1 QUT took out RMIT Black. Then we saw 2-0 from the UNSW Raw over Adelaide Uni. Monash Maniacs 0 to UCID 0. We'll get that one sorted. UNSW Howl, of course, though, did fall 0-2 there to Macquarie Onyx. So we're seeing some big victories out of Macquarie Onyx. They're getting their wins across the board.
Yeah, big win being taken out there. So love to see it, Tony, and very keen to see more big wins coming out as well. Maybe we see Scarlet Witch come into play. You know, we saw Hawkeye for a change today. That's how I know the players are bringing out the real power when Hawkeye comes out. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what you like to see. But the score is updated. Monash Maniacs taking it away 2-1 against UCID there. So, well done, well played. Another 3-mapper. Love to see it. There's more to follow, though, Turn. UTS taking it 2-0 against Macquarie Crimson. Deacon, one of the same against RMIT Red there. And one of the same from Monash Mutants against Swinburne. So, just swimming through the results. And there's more to come.
And there's more to come, Matt. Some more results, of course. Some interesting 2-0s and some 2-1s in there. Of course, our next page is going to be Macquarie 2-0 over RMIT Black. RMIT Red losing 0-2 against Swinburne. 2-0 for QUT against Deacon. And then 2-1 UTS taking out Monash Mutants. That's a very close result there for both those teams.
Yeah, as close as it can get, Tony. Love to see it. And there's more to follow. 2-1 from UCID against UNSW Howl here. And going to be a 2-0 against UNSW Raw and Macquarie Crimson there. Still a live game for Adelaide Uni and Monash Maniacs. So we'll find out the result of that one later. Will be posted to our socials. But definitely keen to see how the standings shaped up so far.
Yeah, UNSW Raw do not lose a game still. They are untouched at 11-0. UTS 10-1. QUT had a big night. Really, really sorting out the standings for them. 9-2 at the moment. Monash Mutants as well, 8-3 with Macquarie Onyx. And then both RMIT teams up here. Matt, 7-4 for RMIT Black. And then Red also getting in the mix, 5-6 here with Swinburne, respectively.
Yeah, really nicely done for all of our squads there. And there's more to follow with Adelaide in 9th place there. 10th place going to be UCID, you know, following decently close behind, but not close enough. Double tied up in 11th. It's going to be UNSW Howl and a Deacon there with UNSW on top of that position. 13th is going to be Macquarie Crimson and Monash Maniacs are going to be a 14th there. But at long last, today was their lucky day. My hope for them in today's play has come true. They managed to take away a victory.
Yeah, everybody with a victory. Now, Matten, That shakes things up potentially towards the bottom of the standings going into the later weeks of competition. But for all these teams here at the bottom, around the 9th to 14th mark, still solid performances out of any of these teams respectively. It still feels like anybody can show up on the night and really take it to a top team.
Yeah, exactly right, Tony. Anybody can show up if the circumstances play out correctly. Even if a team looks like an absolute Goliath in comparison, you can beat them. Everybody's beatable. And definitely keen to see more competitive endeavors into our future times. But for now, everybody, want to say a big shout out to AGON by AOC, the #1 gaming monitor brand in the world. AGON by AOC provide best-in-class monitor solutions for gaming and all other needs.
And of course, got to give a big shout out to HyperX and Officeworks. Power your game with the latest HyperX gear at Officeworks. When you need speed, control, and zero distractions, Officeworks has got the tech. Discover gaming gear made to handle serious play, Matt.
That's it, Tony. Love to see it, and love to see Indomie, the noodle partner, made with high quality flour and selected ingredients and spices. Flavor Indomie mee goreng will certainly brighten up your day. Try any one of the flavors available today from your local grocer or at indomie.com.au. Big shout out to each and every one of our sponsors. You know them, you love them, and we certainly appreciate them. Speaking of, make sure you check out AEL, AU Esports League, on all of our various social medias, whether that's X, YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, you name it, we are on it. You get to see all the highlights from our various competitions there, so make sure you check them out. See some from tonight as well, before you know it. I'm sure there were some great plays we saw today, and more to follow. But for now, everybody, we are going to be closing it out for the evening. We want to thank you so much for joining us here tonight. Matsy and 2Tap Oni, bringing you all the best action, and we're going to see you in the next one. Thanks so much, and peace out.